He was a rising star of the Chinese diplomatic service. After 4 years in Australia, he'd been promoted to First Secretary. Chen Yonglin was very good at his job, a job that included spying and informing on Chinese Australians. But what the communists didn't count on is that Chen had a conscience and a craving for freedom. 2 weeks ago, he, his wife and young daughter decided to defect. And he has secrets, big secrets. 1,000 Chinese informers operating in our country, and even government-sanctioned abductions. And that's left our government grappling with its own conscience. Is the life of one man more important than diplomatic peace and quiet? And of course, those enormous trade deals. Tonight, Chen and his family are in hiding, not knowing who to trust. At first glance, they look like any other family enjoying a glorious winter's day on Sydney's foreshore. But Chen Yonglin, his wife Jin Ping, and their 6-year-old daughter Fang Rong are fugitives, caught up in our biggest spy scandal in decades. This is a family under enormous pressure. Do you feel as though you've been abandoned?
I feel very frustrated, upset, and scared.
Are you frightened?
Yes.
And your daughter? Do you think she understands what's happening?
I believe she started to understand something. She can sense it. We are in a difficult situation.
Chen Yonglin was a senior diplomat at the Chinese consulate in Sydney when on May 26 he made the extraordinary decision to defect. This week he approached 60 Minutes to tell his story.
It is time for me to stand up and speak out of my fear about the persecution by the government, and declare that I'm only one of a huge number of people under the control of the ruling party.
Officially, he was a diplomat, but Chen's job involved gathering political information and monitoring Australian Chinese, particularly members of Falun Gong, a spiritual group outlawed by Beijing.
Monitor what they did, everything.
So you
information
would go along
will be
to their
yes,
functions?
and they would like me to report back to China for their information, so that they take some strategy or measures against this group.
And you were comfortable doing that job?
Actually, against my consciousness, actually.
But for 4 years, that's what you had to do?
Yes, and that's I feel so miserable. I can't tolerate it anymore.
Eventually, after a crisis of conscience, Chen decided he had to leave. Did your colleagues know that you were going to do this?
I don't think so.
So you understood that walking away from your job was a very grave thing to do, very dangerous thing to do.
Yes. It's a very serious choice.
Beijing and Canberra, both of them, of the systems, need this like a hole in the head. No one prays for this.
Why not?
Well, because it's an administrative political nightmare for both sides, and everybody's trying to get on with China, and China enjoys everybody trying to get on with it.
Warren Reid is a former spy with the Australian Secret Intelligence Service. He says Chen's defection should have been a huge coup for Australia.
Oh, very significant from a major country like China. It doesn't only have enormous implications for our political and economic relationship with China, but to have a Chinese diplomat walk in and wish to defect in this way is a very, very significant act.
Chen wasn't just any defector. He had highly sensitive information that could expose China's spying activities in Australia. He says all manner of clandestine activities are happening here, among them political kidnappings and a vast network of spies. A 1,000 spies here in Australia.
According to my knowledge, there are about 1,000 agents and informers in Australia.
You also made allegations of kidnappings, people being kidnapped and being taken back to China. Is that correct?
I don't want to repeat what I've said.
You're maintaining that that allegation is true.
I just don't want to talk about it anymore, right at this stage.
So you have told no lies to avoid going back to China.
All my words can be verified in some way.
If Chen's claims are true, then the federal government's response to them is astounding. Rather than embrace Chen as someone who could give them invaluable intelligence, they actually dobbed him in to the Chinese government, knowing full well he could be sent back to China. What would happen to you if you go back to China? What would be the punishment?
The punishment will be very serious.
Prison?
I should be punished at least 5 to 10 years if disclose some information, secret information. Even will be more serious punishment will be waiting for me.
So you could serve 10, 15 years in prison for treason, or even worse.
Even worse, yes.
What is worse?
That's death penalty.
I don't want to participate in this persecution anymore.
By
so
midweek,
I choose
Australia's spying crisis had deepened with the defection of a second Chinese security officer, Hao Fengjun. In Melbourne, Hao, with his back to the camera to protect his identity, spoke out about his country's secret force, which he says is operating here in Australia. Hao, a police intelligence analyst, said 4 months ago he gave ASIO top-secret documents detailing the activities of the secret force, documents that back up Chen's allegations. But to date, not one government agency has contacted him. Do you believe the Australian government wishes that Mr. Chen and Mr. Hao had never appeared?
Oh, I think the government wishes that so desperately they'd pray not only to a Christian god, but any other pantheon of gods that happen to be around. They would want nothing more than to be able to rewind the tape and totally airbrush all of this off.
It was an ugly scene with police
Spy
on the alert to
scandals
prevent
and
physical injury to
defections
the two
are nothing
target
new
squads.
on Australian
Eventually,
soil.
to the accompaniment
Our
of the
most
noisiest
famous
and
was
most hostile
undoubtedly
bomber
the
ever seen
Petrov
at the
affair.
airport. Mrs. Petrov was bundled inside the plane for the flight to Darwin.
At the height of the Cold War, Soviet intelligence agents Vladimir Petrov and his wife Evdokia defected. Prime Minister Robert Menzies allowed them to stay. Now John Howard is being asked to do the same thing 50 years on.
She decided to stay in Australia.
Really, it's a very different world. There's no comparison, no.
Well, China is not the enemy.
No.
Russia was the enemy.
No, Russia was. Exactly.
Is that the difference?
That's
now?
one huge difference.
To understand Chen's motivation, you need to understand his personal history. Back in the 70s, during China's infamous Cultural Revolution, Chen says his father was tortured to death for being a dissident, one of the millions to die under Chairman Mao's regime.
So they kidnapped him on his way back home from the town and jailed him and beat him and tortured him. And 2 weeks later, he died of torturing. It has been a deep shadow in my heart, and I have been thinking of this for a very long time.
But it was in Australia, while he was monitoring the activities of Falun Gong, that Chen began to seriously question the communist regime.
That's why I feel guilty, you know. These people are not like the government said. It's.
Did you go back to the government and tell them that these people are good people?
Yeah, I talked to my colleagues, even the Consul General. Consul General, we have a private talk. Consul General agree with me. But we still have to follow the instruction from the central government.
When Chen and his family went into hiding more than 2 weeks ago, they were completely alone. In desperation, he sought out the very people he'd been spying on, the Falun Gong. He then went public, in part to protect himself.
They have successfully in kidnapping people in Australia back to China. I want to ask if the Australian government is aware of such case.
Do you believe him when he says that there had even been a kidnapping of a student from a Sydney school to coerce his father back to China? Do you believe that?
At face value, yes, I do.
Do you believe there is a network of some 1,000 spies or informers here on Australian soil?
Or informers, yes. I would imagine there could be 15, 20, maybe 30 fully fledged, highly trained Chinese intelligence operatives working on our soil. But if you look at the stables of agents and informers and whatnot, even Australian traitors, that those operatives would have working for them, and added all that up, you could easily get to 1,000.
Do you believe Mr. Chen and Mr. Hao when they say that if they are returned to China, they would be in grave danger?
Oh, they'd definitely be in danger. They would not be treated kindly. Their friends and relatives may well suffer. Grave danger, hard to know how you would define grave, but they would not be treated kind.
If I say I'm busy, I'm sorry, can't come, they say, oh, it's okay, busy with your spy network.
Earlier this week, Madame Fu, China's ambassador to Australia, was making light of what is clearly a damaging situation.
I don't see there's any reason China will punish him, or there are laws which would guarantee his freedom.
Madame Fu says you have nothing to fear.
Oh, they are trying to woo me back and then punish me.
So you don't believe Madame
I don't
Fu?
believe that.
Chen Yonglin says he's been motivated by his conscience, but it's meant he's had to betray his country. I presume you do love your country.
Yeah, I love my country. It's very hard for me to decide to walk out of the consulate, but from conscience I have to.
You love your country, but you hate the politics.
I love the country, but hate what did the Communist Party to us, to my family, and to the Chinese society.
In the past 4 years, the Chens have settled comfortably into Australia. Little Fang Rong even knows the anthem.
In joyful strings, then let us sing against the straining there.
Wow.
Yes.
That's
Sorry.
fantastic.
The other day when we still on the run, when she sang more freely, but I just can't help to have my tears running down actually.
But this family's future is still very much in doubt, as the Australian government considers whether to grant them a protection visa. If that fails, they'll have to return to China, and an uncertain fate.
I hope the Australian government and the people will support my action, and through support me, that's support the Chinese people.
What are you hoping to achieve in Australia? If you live here, what kind of life are you expecting to live?
Freedom.
Where do you think the next great threat to world peace will come from? Iran perhaps, or Iraq? Maybe a cave somewhere in the Afghan mountains. Well, there are some who believe that China, the newest superpower on the world bloc, is the country to watch. And if they're right, Australia better be ready. I've just spent some time with our Navy watching in awe as they played war games with the Americans and 12 other nervous Pacific nations. Believe me, there was some serious firepower on display.
150, engine ahead 15 knots.
Altering 150, engine ahead 15 knots.
Provide 13 rounds. Roger, going local.
It's the ultimate computer game.
G1, G2, close up, clear away, provide 100 rounds.
The reality is we are training for conflict.
It's an imposing spectacle. A giant armada of the most powerful warships ever to sail in one fleet.
Port TDT, train, red 90.
Red 90, elevation 15, port TDT indicating.
These are war games on an overwhelming scale. And when you're in the thick of it,
7!
it sure feels like the real thing.
9!
It's always the real thing. We're dealing with live ammunition, we're dealing with high explosive. So there's no exercise or for practice, it's dangerous all the time.
30 rounds provided, all clear!
Mount 31, shoot.
Welcome to RIMPAC, short for Rim of the Pacific. We're 150 kilometres off Hawaii at the world's biggest naval exercise. Everyone here is united against an imaginary rogue superpower.
Yes, I think there are aspects of this exercise which are as close as you can get to the real deal.
4AO, cover hostile track 3411 with Mount 31.
Right now, the crew of the Australian frigate HMAS Newcastle has an enemy target in their sights.
Ace, I'll get you to go through the...
Commander Justin Jones is calling the shots.
Our RAS is in RAS Box 2.
Is Rasbox 2.
This war might be make-believe, but there's nothing fake about the weapon he's about to fire.
Yeah, I think so.
It's the most lethal missile ever to be loaded onto an Australian ship. So some details are still classified top secret.
We're probably shooting more than 3 times the range that we're used to.
So this is a big step forward.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I think sometimes that you thrive off the environment that is in the ops room because it's a war-fighting environment, and that's what we come out to sea to do. 5 on target bearing 270, range 109.
The finger hovering over the launch button of that rocket-propelled missile belongs to Zoe Mack from Sydney.
Assigning gun FC5.
She's a 24-year-old leading seaman who's been training for this moment for years.
Radar target bearing 272, range 109.
The first Australian to fire the state-of-the-art supersonic warhead.
Come out to sea to fight and win, and the environment is set up, there's adrenaline pumping, everything's sort of heightened, and especially your senses when you're firing a missile.
And just with one hit of a button.
Yes.
Command approved. Mount 31, engage.
Mount 31, shoot. It was that intense and just amazing. Most amazing experience I probably have in my life.
Is that the first time you'd fired the missiles?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I've been waiting to do that pretty much since I joined.
And with that press of a button, Zoe has just wiped out an unseen enemy aircraft far beyond the horizon.
Minute 30, left limit 185.
No one's saying who the enemy is supposed to be, but here's a hint.
1700, copy.
The only major Pacific country not participating in this giant exercise is China. The world's newest superpower is threatening the United States' dominance in our region for the first time in 60 years. And that's making everyone a little nervous.
As Asia changes, all kinds of bets are off. China has increased very sharply its capacity to sink American ships. And if we see the US and China going head to head in Asia, then the fact that China's got a lot more power than it used to have could make a real difference to Australia, and we could find ourselves being drawn in.
Former government defence advisor Professor Hugh White points out that while the world's focus has been on terrorism, China has been quietly building its maritime might.
It's been very common for Americans to say that the biggest threat to America's place in the world is posed by bloke in a cave. Whereas I would say that the biggest challenge to America's place in the world has been posed by the fact that the world's most populous country has been growing at 7, 8, 9% per annum, year after year after year, and a country that is not content to accept American leadership indefinitely.
God forbid if we ever went to war with an Asian neighbour, but would that be fought at land or at sea?
It would be fought at sea.
To counter that threat, our government is spending $10 billion upgrading our naval strength. And much of what we've got, as well as much of what we want, is on show here off Hawaii.
This is the type of warship we've bought, and not just one, but two of them. It's an imposing sight out at sea. It looks a lot like an aircraft carrier, but it's called a landing helicopter dock. And the Aussie versions of these, which are being built right now, will be the biggest ships ever sailed by the Australian Navy.
Our ships will be almost identical to the very impressive USS Bonhomme Richard. Just compare these new warships to current Navy stalwart HMAS Canberra. And they'll even dwarf our old aircraft carrier, the Melbourne. At 30,000 tonnes, it can land 22 helicopters on deck. And in the belly of the beast, an enormous transport and troop carrier. When that back deck goes down, up to 1,000 soldiers can be deployed to shore.
Whilst they're not aircraft carriers in the purest sense, they are indeed aircraft carriers, and it'll be a step change in our capability.
It gives us a big presence in our region.
It does, and a lot of flexibility though as well.
On board the USS Bonhomme Richard, you get an even better idea of what these massive warships can do.
So we're lining up right now, we're at 1,500 yards.
And today, the Americans are letting us take her for a test drive. An Australian naval commander is in charge up on the bridge, while down below, 130 Townsville-based soldiers from 2 RAR are about to show me what it's like to be involved in a full-on land assault. The idea is to get these troops into hotspots in a hurry. But how these lumps of steel float, let alone power their way to shore, is beyond me. Well, we've hit the ocean at full pace. This is one hell of a ride, believe me. It's incredibly cramped in here and unbelievably hot. And as you can tell, it's very, very noisy. But it's critical training. Whoa! Hitting a wave there. It's critical training for our soldiers because this is how the Army and Navy are gearing up to fight future conflicts. Again, the exercise is set up to simulate real combat. The mission for Major Mick Buchanan and his men is to storm an enemy stronghold on shore, complete with live ammunition.
Take it down, mate. Come on, Clancey.
An amphibious attack like this makes for a swift and powerful strike. And a quick withdrawal for that same stomach-churning ride back to the ship. Where can you see this in use around Australia? Where would it be best used?
A totally flexible piece of equipment. You know, could take guys ashore with humanitarian aid. It can take, you know, it's a large vehicle. It could place us for any sort of contingency we face. It can be used to get our guys where we need them at the right time.
Any beach, anywhere?
Yeah, definitely.
Rough ride. I think I held it down.
Yeah, good job.
Good on you. The Navy reckons it's not just for times of conflict. The truth of it is, these new ships and all this expertise will most likely be used in the event of a natural disaster, delivering invaluable human aid. Professor Hugh White says, don't mistake the real reason the Navy's spending up big now. That's to counter the Chinese buildup.
The Navy is very happy to explain why it wants these big ships in terms of disaster relief and stabilisation operations. But you wouldn't buy these ships for that, any more than you buy a semi-trailer to take your kid to preschool. You can take your kid to preschool in a semi-trailer, but you wouldn't buy a semi-trailer to do it.
China's certainly building up its defence force and its navy. I don't know whether you necessarily draw the long bow between our capability enhancements in the Australian Navy and China. You could just as easily look at the Korean Peninsula right now and raise an eyebrow.
Provide 100 rounds, 2 API-2 to the mount.
Whatever the threat is, there's no doubt power in the Pacific is shifting, testing Australia's allegiances.
G1 closed up, cleared away, ball cleared, 100 rounds, 2 API-2 vote to the mount.
Releasing gun FC5.
That's the reason Zoe Mack's got to be razor sharp.
Command approved. Mount 31, engage.
Mount 31, shoot.
At $1 million a go, she won't get too many chances to practice firing these missiles.
Mount 31 stood 2.
That's why these war games have been so important for Australia and so downright nerve-wracking for Zoe.
And my heart was racing. To begin with, I thought I was going to vomit. And then when I fired, it was just everything that we'd been drilling, we'd been practicing.
But it's that intense, there's that much pressure, you felt like you were going to be ill.
I can't even make that up. It was that intense. But I'm sure I made Mum very proud.
I bet you did too.
Yeah.
It's no secret Australia's relationship with China is as complicated as it is fragile. On the one hand, they're the key to our economic prosperity. So, if we want to be rich, women bishiai zhongkoren. On the other hand, we fear China's expanding tentacles of influence. We don't want them getting too close. Which brings us to the South Pacific. Somewhat arrogantly, Australia has always considered it our patch of paradise to protect and nurture. But now, the Chinese are moving in, splashing their cash in places like Fiji and Vanuatu. So, what's next? A Chinese military base right on our doorstep? The tropical playground of Fiji. It'd be hard to think of a more idyllic location for two nations to, discreetly at least, butt heads. But that's exactly what was happening in Suva Harbour last week. Flying the flag for Australia were the warships Melbourne and Adelaide, and quietly stalking them, a Chinese spy ship, pretending, not very well, to be a fishing vessel.
That's a space surveillance ship. It's a scientific ship.
The seriousness of this highly planned, coincidental meeting was not lost on anyone.
Is China's aim to be the most powerful nation in the world?
I think in the very long term, yes. It's got global ambitions and it's challenging the rules-based international order.
Should we be worried about China setting itself up in the South Pacific?
Absolutely.
These days, around the South Pacific, the Chinese seem to be everywhere. And they're hard to miss. You've only got to look at the money they're throwing around on new buildings. But security analyst Dr. Malcolm Davis says what seems like much-needed economic assistance for these penniless countries comes at a high price.
Well, what the Chinese tend to do is that they put heavy investment into countries that simply don't have the means to pay back the debt. So they're getting countries addicted to debt, and then when they call in the debt and the countries can't pay, the Chinese will take a port or a territory or take an island.
You basically make them sound like political loan sharks.
In effect, yes. If China can get a country so deep in debt that it can't pay back that debt, then China will take something else in return.
Which brings us to neighbouring Vanuatu, and more specifically, the key strategic outpost of Luganville. During World War II, this was America's second largest base in the Pacific. Now China has built an immense wharf it claims is to help the Vanuatu government attract cruise ships to the region. But the wharf's builders did such an impressive job, many are questioning their motives. Does the strategic part of you say there's got to be more to it?
There's got to be more to it. Yeah, absolutely. The Chinese wouldn't be building all this just to cash in on a very limited tourist market here.
So what do you think, in their heart of hearts, they're after?
They're thinking commercial influence, political influence, and ultimately a military presence.
At 1/2 kilometre long, Dr. Davis reckons this wharf is complete overkill for the local cruise industry. It is, however, the perfect size for a visiting foreign navy.
And that means it's large enough to accommodate large Chinese naval service combatants, guided missile destroyers, cruisers.
What do we do, even aircraft carriers?
We could talk an aircraft carrier in there as well.
When you look at this, do alarm bells go off?
In my mind, absolutely, because if the Chinese were to bring naval forces into this region, it fundamentally changes our strategic outlook in a way not seen since the 1940s.
Of course, wharves this solid don't come cheap. But China has let Vanuatu put the $114 million it cost on their tab, which currently stands at $220 million.
Is this a debt trap?
Yes.
So the Chinese would be hoping Vanuatu couldn't keep up with the debt repayments?
Look, I don't think the Chinese are doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're not investing in Vanuatu to help the Vanuatu people. They're investing in Vanuatu to help themselves.
This doesn't only happen in the South Pacific. China has form when it comes to debt trap diplomacy. The impoverished African nation of Djibouti owes them a staggering $1.2 billion. And China has used part of that debt to create a fully fledged naval base there. And last year, Sri Lanka defaulted on a massive Chinese loan for a port that many believe it didn't need in the first place. China now owns the port on a 99-year lease.
What do you think of the type of businesses that the Chinese government is investing in here, or the projects?
All the projects, they are too big for our country.
Back in Vanuatu's capital, Port Vila, taxi driver William Tabak says he, and everyone he knows, is worried about China's growing dominance.
Already, we know that we borrow a lot of money from China. And
you think too much?
It's too much. It's too much. Everyone, if you ask anyone on the street, they say we are frightened of China funding too much projects.
Port Vila is littered with Chinese-built landmarks that have locals scratching their heads. This huge stadium was built for a regional games in 2017, and by the look of the hoarding, it hasn't been used for much since then. And even more controversially, this gigantic convention centre that the government can't even afford to pay the power and cleaning bills for, let alone stage events at.
We went for a drive the other day and we had a taxi driver and we drove past the convention centre and he pointed at that and said, "What a waste of money. That is not what our country needs." What do you say to that criticism?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Can't even pay the electricity bills there.
Yes, that's true. We're trying to find a solution to make it work for us.
Vanuatu's remarkably frank foreign minister is Ralph Ranjanvanu. He concedes his country has made errors in its dealings with China, but denies any suggestions that the massive wharf at Luganville is more for China than it is for Vanuatu.
What if Vanuatu gets into financial strife and China comes to you and says, "All right, look, we'll bail you out, we'll get rid of the debts, just give us the wharf at Luganville and we'll call it even"? What do you say to them?
I can't imagine that offer, but we have built that wharf for our economic development. We want Luganville to become a major commercial hub, not only for Vanuatu but for the region.
So can you give us a 100% guarantee right now that China will not have a military base ever in Vanuatu?
Yes, I can give you that guarantee. We are a non-aligned country. We're a member of the non-aligned movement. So this big power play that's happening, in which China is involved, in which Australia is involved, Vanuatu wants to be no part of it.
But Malcolm Davis is wary of the Vanuatu government's assurances about Chinese intentions and says everyone in Australia should be as well.
Vanuatu is only about 1,500 nautical miles from Sydney. And if the Chinese get or establish a military base, say at Vanuatu or indeed any other South Pacific state, then suddenly we have the prospect of Chinese military forces very close to the Australian eastern seaboard.
So you're saying this is a military threat?
It's not a military threat now, but it could be a military threat into the future.
What do you think China's master plan is in this region?
Domination. Domination of the region.
General Sitiveni Rambuka knows a thing or two about domination.
It is in the national interest.
He led 2 military coups in Fiji and later served as the country's Prime Minister for 7 years. But now, as opposition leader, the one-time strongman fears how weakened Fiji has become because of the Chinese.
Are you comfortable with the level of involvement China has in Fiji's affairs?
No, I am not. If they become so powerful and we become impotent as far as debt repayment is concerned, there is a fear that they will take over some of the public facilities we have, our ports and airports. It's happening around the world.
Is that a deal that in the long term is going to really turn nasty for this country?
Not only for this country, but for the region. Because we're going to be selling our souls. We will have to sell our souls for the comforts of today.
General Rambuka doesn't have to take me far to show what he means. The skyline of Fiji's capital, Suva, is rapidly changing. And it's all because of one building, this monstrously out of proportion Chinese development. At 28 stories, it's more than twice the size of the next tallest tower in the South Pacific.
So the Chinese pump money into projects like this. Are these the kind of projects that you actually need?
No, not at this time. We need projects, but there is no need to go for a very high-rise, multiple-story building every time.
Critics of China say the real proof they're not here to help the local economy is that they bring in their own construction workers to build these projects and employ very few locals.
Hello, I'm Tom from 60 Minutes Australia.
On this site in Suva, it's pretty much 100% Chinese labour, despite a crying need for local construction jobs in Fiji.
But when the cameras came out, they're gone.
I wanted to ask the men here why they didn't employ any Fijians, but no one was allowed to speak.
Do you think the Chinese are worried about helping the locals here get jobs?
No, they're bringing in their own labourers, their own workforce to work on projects that they directly benefit from, but really gives nothing back to the society or the people.
Dr. Malcolm Davis from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute believes the Chinification of Fiji could easily have been avoided.
Australia moans a lot about China's growing influence in the South Pacific and us losing out as a result of it, but how much have we been the masters of our own demise?
Look, I do think we have taken them for granted to a degree.
Has Australia dropped the ball?
I think in terms of aid and investment into the South Pacific, absolutely we have.
I think, Australia probably needs to re-look at the way they look at the Pacific.
Fiji's Attorney General Syed Kayum agrees with Malcolm Davis. He says Australia turned its back on Fiji after its 2006 coup, which was all the invitation China needed to fill the vacuum.
So Australia played it wrong. They left an opening for China.
They played it wrong. They left an opportunity for anybody to come in.
And China did?
China did, in respects, yes. And then, of course, one cannot complain about that now. We're a country, we need to develop, we need to continue with living, we need to continue to grow.
Over in Vanuatu, Foreign Minister Ralph Ranjanvanu says it's been an identical situation. But having been caught out, he says Australia's now trying to play catch-up.
I mean, it's a great thing for you guys, isn't it? You've got two countries effectively fighting for your love.
Yeah, it's almost like two boys fighting for a girl.
Do you see China growing and think maybe we want to hitch our wagon to them?
Well, we are hitching our wagon to China, definitely. We've got our hitches on a number of wagons. And I think for Vanuatu, that's the best approach. We trying to get the most out of our relations with the maximum number of countries.
Is that China's goal, to be the top dog?
Absolutely, yeah. There's no doubt that China is going to become the most powerful country in the world.
Chinese-born, Canberra-based security expert Adam Nee is another who warns that China's money comes with onerous conditions.
Money's pouring into the Pacific from China. Are there strings attached?
Absolutely, yeah. The way that China delivers aid and does business is different from the way that we're used to. What we will see to be bribery in the Chinese case seems to be okay, and so that creates a number of issues for these countries where China is just trying to get the job done, perhaps through ways that we wouldn't consider to be appropriate in Australia.
Getting the Chinese view on all of this proved impossible in Vanuatu.
Tom Steinford is my name. I'm from 60 Minutes Australia. I wanted to request an interview with the ambassador. Who do I speak?
Our many interview requests made with the Chinese embassy went unanswered. But Ralph Renjanvanu was happy to explain the price China charges for its loans and grants. They demand Vanuatu votes with them on critical issues at the United Nations.
What, so you think if they can pump money in here, they'll get support at the UN?
Yes, because you have to remember...
I'm sorry, that's bribery.
Maybe. That's diplomacy. Australia gives a lot of money and expects us to vote for them in certain things, and we do. I mean, this is the give and take of international diplomacy.
China's response to the critics of its Pacific policy is to cry foul. It accuses them of racism, pure and simple. But Malcolm Davis says that's not fair.
At times, is there an element of racism or xenophobia to this discussion?
No.
Do you think the Chinese try and portray it that way?
Yes, but they shouldn't. We have a legitimate concern about our national security here. And I think to try and suggest that we're being racist is absolutely wrong.
Why is that?
Because our foreign and defence policy is made here. It's not made in Beijing. We look at how China is rising in the region. We look at their actions in the South China Sea. We look at the steady growth of their military capabilities, and we look at their growth of expanding influence and presence across the Indian Ocean and now in the South Pacific. And these present legitimate concerns to us. So it's not about racism or xenophobia. It's about defence policy, and that's what we're concerned about.
Diplomacy is a difficult game in the Pacific right now. Australia used to be the main player here, but we've been scoring own goals of late. For now, the warships welcomed by the island nations of the Pacific continue to be ours. But if we keep on getting it wrong, it may well be China's Navy taking safe harbour in these waters.
Since 1942, we have not had to worry about any sort of military threat against our east coast. And the potential exists that if we don't get our relationship right with the region, and if we don't counterbalance China, then we could be forced into a situation whereby we end up in a more major power conflict. And I think we need to take that prospect seriously. The prospect of major power conflict is once again on the agenda.
There's trouble in paradise. Nations in the South Pacific are sick of us simply thinking of them as sunny playgrounds for postcard holidays. Many have significant problems which threaten their very existence. In the last few months, Scott Morrison has been trying to convince leaders around the Pacific that Australia is looking out for them and wants to help. But the Prime Minister isn't receiving much thanks in return. And that's because China is on the march and seems prepared to splash more of its cash in the region. How it's doing that, though, as we discovered, is alarming, at times sinister. Right now in the Pacific, seeing red has a lot of people seeing red. 2 months ago, the Pacific nation of Kiribati switched its allegiance from Taiwan to Communist China.
So this is very clearly somebody tailing us.
We're not being paranoid.
No, this is actually very real.
Now, as the first foreign journalists to try to report here since, we're under surveillance, then house arrest.
My other instruction is to transfer you, only you, to a cell.
3,500 kilometres west, in the Solomon Islands, a glimpse of how China might buy its alliances in the Pacific.
So they rang you and said, we've got $1 million for you if you come to the hotel and accept the switch to China.
Yes.
And just to the north, in war-torn Bougainville, with its legendary gold mine, we reveal a Chinese master plan.
You would be quite happy to do business with China?
Oh, yes.
How do you describe China's actions in the Pacific?
One word, expansionist.
Captain Jim Fennell was the intelligence chief of the US Navy's Pacific Fleet, watching China's moves there on a daily basis. Now he's warning Pacific nations swaying to China's influence to beware.
China has told all these Pacific countries that it just wants to be their partner. It wants to be involved economically. Do you not believe them?
Well, we have evidence that shows that when they say they want to be your economic partner, the end result is they become your economic master.
China demands no country in its diplomatic sphere can recognize Taiwan. And there's no doubt the communist superpower has a grand strategic plan in the Pacific, extending its alliances further and further south. And with those alliances, massive infrastructure, like this gigantic wharf in Vanuatu that the country doesn't need, but could dock an aircraft carrier. With recent back-to-back recognition of China by the Solomon Islands and Kiribati, and possibly the soon-to-be independent Bougainville, we asked Jim Fennell to join us on a Pacific mission to report on China's intentions.
They're interested in this area because it's essentially the lifeline or the choke point between America and Australia and New Zealand. China has built the Navy that people said they were never going to build. China has deployed their fleet to places they said they were never going to deploy. They believe that they're supposed to be the rightful leaders of this new global order. You know, the British century, the American century, now we're going to have the Chinese century. That's their vision.
In September, Manasseh Sogavare, Prime Minister of the Solomon Islands, announced his country was ditching recognition of Taiwan,
chosen to be on the right side of history,
for Communist China. A move Deputy Opposition Leader Peter Kenalira says was more a dash for cash than considered diplomacy.
Are you happy that your country has switched allegiances from a democracy to a communist state?
For me personally, I'm not. We should have taken our time and not be dictated and marching to the beat of a more dominant country. It's really China first, and not Solomon's first.
And here in the Solomons, we found direct evidence that China's influence could have a sinister side.
So they rang you and said, we've got $1 million for you if you come to the hotel and accept the switch to China.
Yes.
Daniel Sudani is the premier of the Solomons' largest island, Malaita. He says he was offered a $1 million bribe to back his country's switch to China.
You're suggesting that there are a lot of corrupt politicians in your government?
Yes.
But $1 million just to be pro-Chinese. I mean, that's a hell of a way to do business.
Oh, it is. It is a new way of doing things. It's really dangerous.
You think there's one bag of money, there's got to be more.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They don't come, single.
Weeks ahead of our visit, we requested an interview with the Solomons' Prime Minister about his sudden recognition of China. While we're here, we try again in person, also wanting to ask him about his refusal to investigate the bribery allegations made by Premier Soudani. As we're waiting, a high-level Chinese delegation leaves the Prime Minister's office. Then, hot on their heels, Manasseh Sogavare himself hurries out, head down, and clearly in no mood to talk.
Mr. Prime Minister, 60 Minutes Australia, sir. We'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about China. Mr. Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister, can we ask you about the bribery money, please? Amid all the claims of bribery, corruption and kickbacks, it appears the Chinese have another novel approach to increasing their presence here, like leasing this entire island of Tulagi for the next 75 years. All 10 square kilometres of it, including the deep-water port, oil and gas rights, fishing rights, forestry rights and tourism rights. The Chinese want all of it, and the locals are not impressed.
When I heard about it, I thought that China is a communist country and the Solomon Islands is a democratic country.
Margaret Manu is an unlikely enemy for China to make. But here on Tulagi, where land ownership is matrilineal, she's the voice of her people.
And the people here didn't want to be owned by the Chinese?
No.
60 Minutes has obtained a copy of the lease document, which is almost comical if it wasn't so sinister. The agreement was signed by Tulagi's provincial leader, who locals say hasn't been seen here since. And, luckily for Margaret and her people, it was ruled unlawful when it became public.
So there was no consultation?
No, not at all.
So the Chinese company just came in here and tried to have the agreement signed by one person, and that was it?
That's what happened, without the people knowing what's going on.
And what we're seeing now from our visits to the islands here is that the Chinese are coming in with soft power and lots of cash to buy out local officials to gain access to ports and airfields and resources that give them a controlling monopoly in the islands and thus give them control over this vital sea lane.
There's something both threatening and absurd about being tailed by a mysterious black sedan in a country that essentially has only one road. It's mid-morning on our first day in Kiribati, the latest Pacific Island nation to recognise communist China and dump Taiwan.
We're being followed by a government car. Now, whether that's Kiribati government or whether that's somebody from the government operating under Chinese instruction, who knows? But it's a very, very strange thing to happen in a place like this.
With us is Captain Jim Fennell, former intelligence chief of the US Navy's Pacific Fleet, and someone who's witnessed firsthand how China does business in the Pacific.
It could be that the Chinese have said, as part of this deal, you're going to have to pay more strict attention to who's here and what they're doing.
Few foreign journalists come here, none since the country's abrupt switch of allegiance to China. One reason is that Kiribati requires a draconian film permit that journalists working in the region say is almost never granted, and gives the government the right to completely censor any news reports. We know we may meet trouble, but have come anyway. A move we'll soon find is supported by very senior figures in Kiribati.
What's happening to us now is basically house arrest.
On arrival at our hotel, we're immediately placed under house arrest and threatened with imprisonment.
If you keep arguing with me, my other instruction is to transfer you to a cell. We have no right in the country.
The sensitivities are running high here because Kiribati is critically important to China's Pacific Master Plan. The immense swathe of ocean territory controlled by this tiny island nation is smack in the middle of a secure sea lane China wants to establish, all the way to the Antarctic, which it calls the Blue Economic Passage.
So you think this Blue Economic Passage, as China puts it, is just the cover story, is just the start of what they want to do?
It's the start of a comprehensive plan that they have to dominate the region. And at first it's with economic development, but it will be followed by fishing fleets and maritime law enforcement, and then eventually naval forces.
Back at our hotel, two very high-level visitors have demanded access to us, despite the government agents guarding the entrance.
These guys have told us if we do anything, they've made it quite clear today that if we leave the front door of this hotel, we'll be put into a cell.
But whose order is that?
I take it as the president.
The man on the right is Kiribati's founding father and first president, Sir Eremiah Tabai, one of the most respected men in the South Pacific. With him is Kiribati's opposition leader, Tisabu Tabani. In this interview, secretly filmed with their permission, these senior figures told us we were right to come here without a permit, also telling us there's media repression in their country, which has become more hardline since the current government's recognition of China.
I'm not surprised, this is the action of, a communist country, taking us around,
Sir Eremiah and Mr. Tabani also told us the Chinese doled out $250,000 cash around these islands within weeks of Kiribati's recognition of Beijing.
What sort of democratic country spies on journalists and puts them under house arrest?
We're embarrassed to be part of that,
So you'd be happy to come to our aid?
Sure.
If we get chucked in a cell. Well, at least there's a little bit of democracy left on Kiribati.
Count us as your friends, I don't think, we'll ever forgive these guys, for what they're doing. What do they do here, and what do they put Kiribati on the map? It's a sad day for democracy.
Perhaps safeguarded by the presence of these two men, we were merely deported from Kiribati back to the Solomon Islands the following day.
Why do you think the Kiribati government is so paranoid about media crews telling the story of what's going on there?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that there's something to do with the kinds of money that's being brought in. How that money's being distributed obviously would be something that they would probably not want people to know about or hear about.
And on the very day we arrive back in the Solomons, an immense deal is announced for Chinese control of the country's only gold mine, high above Honiara.
This is the Gold Ridge Mine. It's an old gold mine that's been resurrected in the first major deal the Solomon Islands has done with China since it switched allegiances to the communist country. Incredibly, China describes the $825 million purchase and all the infrastructure it intends to build here as an early harvest.
And if you need evidence of advanced Chinese planning, we're told by a mine insider that the security guards' uniforms, complete with Communist China's flag, were ordered 6 months ago, even though the diplomatic recognition that opened the way to this deal was only 2 months ago. The Chinese will not only reap the direct profits from this gold mine, but everything they build to service it, roads, railways, and port facilities, will remain in China's hands forever.
But just across the water, there's potentially an even more glittering prize.
On our tour of the Pacific, we'd find conclusive proof of China's long-term planning for our region. We're in Bougainville, still part of Papua New Guinea, but not for long. Next week, it votes in a referendum on its independence.
Bougainville was one of the forgotten campaigns of World War II, but 516 Australians died here during the war.
516. Put that in context for me.
Well, that's comparable to Vietnam.
But veteran journalist Ben Bohane covered a far bloodier conflict here. The Bougainville Civil War, where a rebel army fought New Guinea for independence and control of the fabulously wealthy Panguna gold mine. Over 10,000 people died between 1988 and 1998.
Given the small population here, it's safe to say virtually every single family would have been affected one way or the other.
In small places like this, every family was touched by the war.
One of the commanders of the Bougainville rebel army was General Sam Kauna.
Politicians, they make war and we fight the war.
Now, Ben Bohane and I are headed to meet the general at his headquarters in the south of Bougainville's main island. It's hard to imagine fighting a war in this terrain. Harder still to imagine the infrastructure required to bring this place into the 21st century once it achieves independence. But if it does, General Kauna is one of the leading contenders to become its first president, supported by his formidable wife, Josie.
General, how confident are you that Bougainville will become independent?
I am sure. I've seen it. I've gone around the island, north to south, seen and heard people expressing their feelings, their views.
You've been campaigning relentlessly, haven't you?
Oh yes, to make sure that they vote for independence.
But central to any hope Bougainville has of becoming a self-sustaining nation lies deep inland, its golden heart, the mine called Panguna. Ben Bohane and I are being given rare access to this legendary place.
Wow. Have a look at that. That is truly enormous.
One of the biggest man-made pits in the world.
It's estimated Panguna still holds nearly $60 billion worth of gold and copper.
So that's what the war was all about? And the future here too, I guess.
Yeah. This is the mine that triggered the war and may well be key to the future of Bougainville.
It's an eerie place, a frozen moment of the aftermath of war.
So it's in here. So it's in here?
We meet the Panguna rebel commander, Moses Papiro, who shows us the massive safe where the mine's gold was once stored. Now, welded shut, it contains the weapons his men laid down for peace.
How many weapons?
Maybe 200 plus.
But if Bougainville is denied its independence by Papua New Guinea, which has to ratify the referendum vote, Moses has a sombre warning.
Moses, is there any way in which those weapons would be used again?
Wait to see. Maybe war is coming again, or we don't know.
In truth, it's unthinkable that war will revisit this devastated place. But restoring it to production seems almost equally impossible.
This mine is set to be the beating heart of the new Bougainville Republic, and the blood pumping through it is destined to be foreign sourced. The big question is, will China win this too?
Bougainville now is starting on a clean slate. We will be looking at all avenues.
What about China?
China inclusive, yes. China is the superpower in the world. We are free. Bougainville is free to be choosing whichever countries that we can have the best deal with.
On the eve of the independence vote, an extraordinary revelation by General Kauna. A detailed plan for the complete infrastructure rebuild of the island. And the plan is Chinese.
The first offer has come from China. It is here with us. We are still waiting for Australian offer, USA offer of how they could support Bougainville.
Roads, ports, and airport, all to be built by China. But the General is adamant it's only because Australia and the US have offered nothing of the sort. Australia even refused the General a visa, an almost unforgivable insult.
You're saying if Australia is truly genuine, you want an apology and you want us to do more now?
That's why I feel Australia is making an enemy out of Sam.
Australia is making enemy out of Bougainville when they give me that treatment.
Observing this with us is Captain Jim Fennell, the former intelligence commander of the US Pacific Fleet, who's been with us on this trip. There's been no previous inkling that China has such a long-term master plan for Bougainville. And as our last stop, it's alarming news for this experienced China watcher.
If Bougainville becomes the world's newest country, that's quite a prize for China, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it sets up what with the flip at Kiribati and the flip in the Solomons and what they're doing in Vanuatu, what they're doing in Fiji. You start to see a trend line here, which is that China is now taking control of the South Pacific. And so I think that's why you're starting to see some change in the United States, for instance, and even in your own government in Australia, where people are starting to say, if we don't stand up and check China's expansionism, we will be ruled by them in another 25 or 30 years.
It's probably a safe bet that the all-powerful Chinese President Xi Jinping is not a regular viewer of 60 Minutes, but he'll certainly want to see this story. And that's because, from his point of view, it's all about the unthinkable. A Chinese spy, one of his own people, is betraying him, breaking ranks and defecting to the West. Australia, to be more specific. Tonight, China's dirty secrets will be revealed by a very brave man who's now placed a very big target on himself. And be in no doubt, what Wang Liqiang is doing is so dangerous, speaking publicly is probably the only way to save his life.
Hi, Nick. Are you around? We have something you might be interested in. An informant came to see us in relation to wanting to expose how the Chinese spy network works around the world.
As an investigative reporter, there are very few times I've received a message this important. It's late October, and one of my sources tells me a spy for the Chinese Communist Party wants to blow his cover.
Today, this guy was actually being followed. He realised that if he doesn't expose this soon, his life might be in danger.
I arranged to meet him in an airport hotel in Sydney. And what Wang William Liqiang reveals is stunning and unprecedented. Are you scared in speaking out?
To tell the truth, inside of me, I am extremely frightened.
This is a confession like no other. Never before has a Chinese spy gone public in this way. In from the cold, our insider admits personal involvement in a series of Chinese espionage missions. In Hong Kong, violence and kidnappings aimed at disrupting the democracy movement. And in Taiwan, a master plan to bring down the president. What risk is he taking in speaking out and going public?
Death. Death not just for him, but for his whole family.
The fate of Wang Liqiang and his young family now rests with the Australian government. He's told them Chinese spies are operating here with impunity. And tonight we corroborate his claims by exposing the operation to place an agent in our parliament.
It was like something out of a spy novel. This isn't just cash in a bag, given for favours. This is a state-sponsored attempt to infiltrate our parliament, and Australians should be very, very concerned about this.
Wang William Liqiang has painted for as long as he can remember. He loves the feeling of freedom and self-expression it brings him. And yet these are the very privileges he's devoted his adult life to destroying by working as a spy. Were you working as a Chinese intelligence officer?
是的.
Yes. At 27, Wang's fresh-faced appearance belies a disturbing reality. For years, he says he's performed undercover espionage operations on behalf of the Chinese government.
全家人没有一个人知道，直到我到
None of my family members knew until I came to Australia and applied for a protection visa.
Wang says his life as a spy began when he was enlisted to work for a so-called investment company based in Hong Kong. But it was actually a front for Chinese government spy agencies. And he alleges his boss, Xiang Xin, was a high-ranking military official.
He was trying to recruit me as a core member.
He took you into his trust.
是的.
Yes. To be honest, as a Chinese national, this was attractive.
这个职业
As in, it's attractive to be a spy.
当时我们
At that time, the word spy didn't cross our mind. We just thought that those things were the tasks we need to do for the country.
One of Wang's first missions in Hong Kong was to sabotage the city's independence movement. For months now, the streets here have resembled a battle zone, with rolling protests and escalating violence. But the fight for control of Hong Kong has really been going on for much longer. For the first time, Wang reveals Beijing's secret strategies.
This is something I really want to let the public know. I know very well the way they operate.
To achieve his mission, Wang was ordered to infiltrate universities, to convert students away from democracy movements and into the arms of the Chinese Communist Party.
派他们加入学生会，对这些学生会的
We sent some mainland students to join the Students' Association, and they pretended to support Hong Kong independence. They found out information about those pro-independence activists, then we attacked them verbally and made public all their personal data, as well as the data of their parents and family members. In such a way, it effectively silenced them.
Did you instruct people to gather intelligence or information about dissidents, students, democracy activists?
首先，我还是这样讲，他们都不一定知道自己这种行为是间谍。
They didn't necessarily know that they were spying.
各个国家的学生
The students in Australia and the other countries were not even aware that the so-called information collecting was espionage.
他都不知道他自己是一个间谍的行为。
It's not something he's proud of, but Wang says many of the students he influenced are now involved in the violent clashes with pro-democracy students, as we've seen again this week.
I influenced them with patriotism, guiding them to love the country, love the party and our leaders, and fight back strongly against those independence and democracy activists in Hong Kong.
Could Wang ever come back here to Hong Kong?
No, he can't. He just can't do it. If he's, you know, for him to survive,
To stay alive?
to stay alive, he can't come back here.
Former Australian intelligence officer Philip Gregory has spent years trying to expose Chinese spies. He says Wang's revelations about Beijing's activities in Hong Kong will ignite tensions. How rare is it that he's doing what he's doing?
This is once in a lifetime kind of situation. The fact that he's risked so much and that he's so articulate about what he's doing, the fact that he can name names. This is incredible. You can have a rumour, but if you name names, it's a different story.
It's not just universities where Wang's spy operation worked its influence.
Many Western media outlets and politicians describe such activities as peaceful protests.
His extraordinary claim is that his boss infiltrated local media from inside major Hong Kong television networks. Does that have a ring of authenticity to it?
Absolutely. I mean, controlling the message is what it's all about. The idea is to get the message right to the people that need to know it. And in China, that's the party's message.
As a specialist in counter-espionage, Philip Gregory has watched our interview with Wang and scrutinised his claims. What are your impressions?
A young man full of incredible torment. A brave man. Someone who's really believes what he's saying.
You call him brave. How brave?
Incredibly brave, to a point that the only thing that I think sustains this man is his strong belief in what he's doing, and in particular on freedom for himself and for his children.
What would happen to you if you went back to China?
试想，一个间谍的背叛组织。
Imagine the consequence of a spy betraying the organization.
给我老婆的父亲提拔升职。
I know very well that the Chinese Communist Party can never be trusted.
中国共产党是
Once I go back,
而且我一旦
I will be dead.
国家可以说是死无葬身之地。
Wang William Liqiang is the first Chinese spy to ever publicly blow his cover in Australia. He's exposing secrets about China's interference operations around the world. But in exchange, he urgently wants our protection. Wang, you're making some big statements. Why should Australia or Australians believe you?
我发出这个声明。
If I don't tell the truth, the Australian government will not protect me. There is no benefit for me. Every detail and every incident I have spoken about can stand up to scrutiny.
我没必要去。
We've come here to Hong Kong to verify parts of our insider story. It's a place that for him is far too dangerous to ever come back to. Wang says one of his most alarming assignments for Beijing was an operation that terrified the people of Hong Kong and caused international uproar.
4 others connected to the bookstore have reportedly disappeared in just the last 2 months.
It was late 2015 when, one by one, 5 owners of the Causeway Bay bookshop disappeared, only to reappear in detention on China's mainland. It's widely believed the abductions were ordered because the store was selling anti-Communist Party books. But Beijing's always denied it. And to be fair, there's never been any proof. Until now. Is it right that you helped organise the Causeway Bay bookshop kidnapping?
可以这样说吧，因为我是
You may say so, as I was one of the insiders who ordered the task.
任务的一个执行者。
This is the first time an agent inside the kidnapping operation has broken ranks. Most of the victims, like this man, Li Bo, were terrified of reprisals and so refused to admit they were kidnapped.
我就想偷偷地返嚟內地。
But Wang tells a very different story.
We were directly involved in coordinating the kidnapping of Li Bo.
Wang says he personally delivered the orders from his boss to the kidnapping team.
My boss's organization is in direct contact with the Chinese side.
And what were the orders that you gave to the person you contacted?
Arrest Li Bo as soon as possible. He sent 6 agents who took Li Bo from the storeroom of Causeway Bay Books directly to mainland China.
It's just here, the bookshop. It was a major incident because people were just expressing their views.
Australian intelligence expert Philip Gregory knows the bookshop case well. And he's travelled with us to Hong Kong to help test Wang's story.
So, the sign says it's closed.
The Chinese state has always denied the kidnappings. Why is what our insider has to say about it so important?
Because he gives us the detail. From an intelligence point of view, what he's doing here is really pinpointing the series of actions that led up to it and giving us very clear insight as to why it happened and how it happened.
How will the Chinese state view him talking about the Causeway Bay bookshop kidnappings?
They'll see it as an essential betrayal. He's put himself against the biggest state in the world.
The details Wang is risking his life to reveal are extraordinary. But from our investigation, they hold up. In Hong Kong, we checked names, addresses, company details, and we've spoken to confidential sources. On the 22nd floor of this tower is the headquarters of Wang's spy operation. Business records link it to the Chinese military's weapons arm. The link hints at yet another of Wang's stunning revelations, that his organisation was allegedly involved in stealing US military intelligence.
To steal US intelligence is absolutely my boss's most important work. Why? He mentioned on many occasions that the US had been closely monitoring him because much of the US intelligence he had stolen was obtained in other countries.
Philip Gregory says Wang's decision to release insider secrets like this one will incense the Chinese Communist Party.
This is a threat that needs to be taken care of from their point of view. So I would have thought that we need to be extra vigilant with this young man.
He's, by speaking out, given himself a death sentence, effectively.
Long term, he has to face the prospect that his life will be always under threat because they will not forget.
Most spies will face a moment, however fleeting, when their loyalty falters. But rarely does it lead to an operative abandoning his country and spilling its secrets. That's what makes Wang William LeChiang's decision so unusual. That's you in the photo?
Yeah.
Is that your date of birth?
No.
That's not your name, is it?
No.
He says his moment of truth came 6 months ago with the arrival of a fake passport. It triggered a deep fear that he was about to lose his true identity forever. When did you decide to become a defector?
I was given the task to go to Taiwan. This time I was to change my name, my whole identity, to go to Taiwan and be a spy there. This is the main reason I came to Australia to seek asylum.
The mission Wang's bosses planned for him in Taiwan would have been his most critical yet.
U.S. Navy chiefs sailed their warships through the strategic and highly sensitive Taiwan Strait today.
Taiwan is the major fault line between the world's two most powerful countries, the US and China. Some experts say tensions over Taiwan could even spark war. But as Wang reveals, a secret battle is already being waged.
台湾问题也是非常重要的一个因素。
Among all issues, what the Chinese Communist Party is most concerned about is the unification of Taiwan.
真正能牵制中国。
Then Xi Jinping's position would be unshakable.
因为如果谁
Our insider says Beijing wants to topple Taiwan's current US-friendly president, and its master plan to do it will alarm the world. Is it right what you're saying? Your job was to meddle in Taiwan's upcoming presidential election secretly for the Chinese government?
是的，因为我要改
Yes,
名改姓
that's why I needed to change my name and not use my true identity.
到达台湾。
Was your ultimate aim to make sure the current president of Taiwan was not elected?
Yes.
我们对台的工作呢，
Taiwan
最重要的工作
was the most important work of ours.
与
The infiltration into media,
的渗透
temples,
对
and
地下的
grassroots
基层组织
organizations.
进行一个渗透工作。
Temples like this one were targeted by Wang's operation because they're such important political and social hubs here in Taiwan. His ultimate aim was to undermine the Taiwanese president because she's considered hostile by Beijing. The world woke up to the reality of election meddling when Russia was exposed for interfering in the 2016 US election.
They use sophisticated cyber techniques to hack into computers and networks used by the Clinton campaign.
It's eerily similar to what's now playing out in Taiwan. Deputy Foreign Minister Su Qianshu is convinced his country's political system is under cyber attack from Beijing. But his government has never been able to prove it. Are you concerned?
Severely, yes. Gravely, we are gravely concerned about this.
Why should the international community care about what is going on in Taiwan?
Taiwan is in the front line. So it's not only an issue between China, the Communist China and Taiwan. It's an issue between two political camps in the world. So what's happening in Taiwan today is a good example for what will happen in other parts of the world. And I think all democratic countries should pay attention to what's going on in Taiwan.
Democracy here is hard-won and fiercely protected. At this rally, political factions fight it out in a passionate, if at times overzealous, display of freedom of speech and political expression. Taiwan's democracy looks healthy, but Wang claims it's under attack, and he should know. One of his key missions was to back the presidential candidate appearing here tonight by secretly meddling in the election. This is presidential candidate Han Kuo-yu. He's preferred by Beijing and boasts an army of backers. But during last year's local elections, he had a secret army too. Wang knows this because he was their boss.
我们成立了网军，比如我们要攻击谁，我们瞬间
We established a cyber army.
脸书
If we wanted to attack someone, we could instantly take down their Facebook.
台湾也有非常多的据点。
I was responsible for organizing the cyber army attacks, and a large number of people involved were university students.
对他们进行财务上的输出。
And you were giving orders?
我是给命令出去，而且就是
I gave the orders. We changed their IP addresses to other countries so they would not be identified. Once our messages were out, online public opinion would follow.
反渗透能力也是非常强的。
Wang reveals his organization also has control over operatives working at Taiwan's leading media outlets, who were directed to shift public debate in Beijing's favor.
Right now, we are facing multiple threats.
Do you think some within the Chinese Communist Party fear Taiwan's system of democracy?
Definitely. I mean, China has an authoritarian regime. Xi Jinping is his intent to disrupt our democracy, to undermine our government's credibility, and to decrease our citizens' trust in our government.
Would it surprise you to learn that the Chinese government is sending intelligence operatives into Taiwan with the order to interfere in the election?
If we understand how Chinese Communist Party runs their government, we won't be surprised by that.
Wang says he's supposed to be in Taiwan right now, carrying out his orders to sabotage the upcoming presidential election. Instead, since May, he's been hiding out in Australia, where his wife is studying and living with their 2-year-old son. It's taken 5 months for Wang to gather the courage to contact the Australian government and ask for protection.
Why did it take me so long to stand up? It was because during this period of time, they had been continuously trying to persuade me to come back, including following me in Australia.
You say you were followed. What happened?
They wanted to see whom and what kind of people I made contact with, to track my movements and find out my address. I have moved house 3 times within such a short time, and I may move again in the future, as the feeling of being followed is really scary.
It's early March and a cleaner at a motel in suburban Melbourne has discovered a body on the floor of a room. The dead man is Nick Zhao, a Melbourne car dealer and a young father of 1. His death is sudden and mysterious, and whispers begin to spread not only among his friends and family, but through Australia's intelligence world too. When did you first hear about Nick Zhao?
I heard about Nick Zhao several months ago.
What did you hear?
I heard that he was a 32-year-old Melbourne resident, cultivated by the Chinese government to run as a Liberal Party candidate in the Commonwealth Parliament, and Nick Zhao is now dead.
Federal MP Andrew Hastie chairs the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. He's been briefed on the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of Nick Zhao, including allegations he was targeted by a Chinese spy ring.
It was surreal. It was like something out of a spy novel, happening in Melbourne with impunity, and very, very concerning.
Nick Zhao projected an image of success, flush with cash, fast cars and big plans to expand his auto business. In 2015, he joined the Liberal Party in the East Melbourne seat of Chisholm.
He was a paid-up member, which means he was likely active in his branch and division.
I love Chisholm.
The seat is currently held by Australia's first Chinese-born female MP, Gladys Liu. In September, she faced accusation she was a Manchurian candidate, planted by the Chinese Communist Party. The Prime Minister defended her.
I applaud the member for Chisholm. She's a great Australian who deserves to be in this House.
The story generated plenty of smoke, but very little fire. But something far more sinister had been happening in her electorate. We can reveal that prior to his death, Liberal Party member Nick Zhao claims to have been approached in Melbourne by a suspected Chinese spy ring and offered an extraordinary assignment. The young father was promised a 7-figure sum in exchange for him running as a political candidate in federal parliament.
Nick himself, I think, was a perfect target for cultivation. A guy who was a bit of a high roller in Melbourne, living beyond his means, someone who was vulnerable to a foreign state intelligence service cultivating him.
This case, with strong and clinical allegations and evidence of an actual plot to infiltrate our parliament, seems to go much further than anything we've heard to date. How important, how different, how serious is it?
Well, this isn't just cash in a bag, given for favours. This is a state-sponsored attempt to infiltrate our parliament using an Australian citizen and basically run them as an agent of foreign influence in our democratic system. So this is really significant, and Australians should be very, very concerned about this.
Sources say the suspected Chinese spy ring that targeted Nick Zhao is under investigation by ASIO. We can expose the identity of the man who, according to Nick Zhao, told him to infiltrate our parliament. His name is Brian Chen, and our investigation shows he appears to be a busy Chinese businessman who bounces between Melbourne and Asia. But when he last passed through Melbourne Airport, he was interrogated by Australian authorities and accused of being a spy. In Hong Kong, we tracked down his office. Corporate records confirm he's in business with the Chinese military's main weapons company, Norinco. What does his profile tell us about his likely connection to Chinese military intelligence?
It just looks like a trail across the sky, from my point of view.
Australian intelligence expert Philip Gregory says there are several red flags about Brian Chen's behaviour, which would have attracted ASIO's attention.
As an analyst, the first thing I'd be doing is targeting this guy for a disruption operation, or looking to recruit him.
It seems Nick Zhao was concerned about Brian Chen too. He never followed through on Chen's alleged request to infiltrate our parliament. Instead, his associates have told us he turned to Australia's national security agency, ASIO, for help. Was Nick Zhao working for ASIO?
I'm not going to go into the details of what I know. That would be improper.
We contacted Brian Chen and asked him if he knew Nick Zhao. He denied it. He also insists he's just a businessman who's been unfairly questioned by Australian authorities. But for a businessman, Brian Chen's denials are curious. For instance, he's been seen wearing a Chinese military uniform, but he says he simply likes to show off by dressing up in a costume. We asked him why he sometimes poses as a journalist at international conferences. He says it's because he simply likes to network. No one knows why Nick Zhao was found dead in a Melbourne motel room 8 months ago. There is no suggestion Brian Chen is involved. But whether it was natural causes, suicide or something more sinister, his death means he'll never repeat his allegations about the offer to infiltrate our parliament.
Everyone should be concerned about the way that Nick Zhao died, and I think we need a full investigation where we turn over every stone, we explore every nook and cranny, we cast as much light into the shadows and make sure that we have a full and comprehensive understanding of how he died and why he died.
You're known as being especially hostile to the Chinese Communist Party. Is this not you just engaging in a bit of China bashing?
Not at all. My bottom line is Australian sovereignty, protecting our values, our institutions and our people. And that's why I'm speaking out.
It's why our Chinese intelligence insider is talking too. Wang William LeCheng claims he's aware of multiple Chinese spies operating in Australia right now. During a meeting with our research team, he reveals his boss in Hong Kong has current dealings with Australia's most infamously accused Chinese government agent, Huang Xiaomo. Where is Huang Xiaomo right now?
就在象形公司吗?
In Hong Kong, in my boss's office.
Huang Xiaomo is in Mr. Xiang's office right now.
他说黄项目现在 现在在黄香那个。
这我们现在几点钟？我们现在几点
？12点半吧。
Definitely, he is in his office right now.
The billionaire, who's been thrown out of Australia for his links with the Chinese Communist Party, is also being investigated for making dubious political donations. But Wang dismisses him as small fry compared to the Chinese spies Australia should be targeting.
黄夏沫跟
Hang Jiangmo is definitely a small potato compared with others I know.
非常，我个人认为是。
Are you willing to work with the Australian government to tell the government about how Chinese intelligence operates?
既然我选择站出来了，
Since I have chosen to stand up, I am absolutely willing to cooperate.
人权的事情。
At 27, Wang William Lecheng is experiencing a taste of what freedom feels like. It's a privilege he desperately wants to hold on to, not for his own sake, but for the future of his wife and 2-year-old son. What is your hope for your wife, for your son, for yourself?
首先，我非常爱他，也非常爱我的。
I love my wife and my family. I hope that my child's future life will not be manipulated in any way, and that he can live an independent, free, healthy, and positive life.
But Wang and his family are far from free, even as they hide out here in Sydney. In the week since he came forward to us, he says he's also met with ASIO. He's seeking Australia's protection, but there are no guarantees he'll get it. Federal MP Andrew Hastie says he deserves our help.
I think it takes huge reserves of courage to step out into the public square as a former Chinese spy and reveal to the Australian public what you've been up to.
Some Australians may be instinctively hesitant to say, well, he worked for the dark side. Why should we support this man?
Well, he's come out into the light, hasn't he? And he's a friend of democracy, and I think he deserves our protection and our support.
Should the Australian government give him a protection visa?
I'm of the view that anyone who's willing to assist us in defending our sovereignty deserves our protection.
Wang is living in constant fear of being watched or attacked, even inside Australia. He says his boss back in Hong Kong knows he's missing in action and has already taken steps to persuade him to return. Zhang Xin denies all of Wang's allegations and says they're untrue. Overnight, police in China released a statement accusing Wang of being a convicted fraud and wanted fugitive.
Since I came to Australia in May, they have worked on me. Their threatening was in a soft way, using my family members' well-being and safety to negotiate with me.
Intelligence expert Philip Gregory says Wang's public defection now places his life and that of his family back in mainland China in grave danger.
I really feel for the incredible torment that he's now facing, and he clearly has incredible respect for his family. There's no question about that. But he sees this, what he's doing as being even more important because it's got something that affects future generations.
Condemned to a life under threat, Wang says he hopes his revelations will inspire those fighting for freedom of speech and democracy in the face of oppression from Beijing. He also wants Australia, his potential new home, to understand the Chinese Communist Party doesn't respect our sovereignty as it tries to grow its power. Are you worried you could be got at here in Australia?
I am very worried about my safety in Australia. More importantly, my family, my wife and child. They knew nothing about this. Now they know. They are extremely frightened. If I am got at, my family will be destroyed. I don't know what future my child would have.
A self-confessed Chinese spy who bravely outed himself on 60 Minutes last week has made news headlines around the world. Wang William LeCheng has also come under fierce attack from high-ranking Chinese government officials who dismiss him as a convicted fugitive. But the Australian government is taking the allegations aired in Nick McKenzie's investigation very seriously. Wang William LeCheng is the first Chinese spy to ever publicly blow his cover in Australia. He's exposed secrets about China's interference operations around the world. But in exchange, he desperately wants Australia's protection.
What would happen to you if you went back to China?
试想，一个间谍的背叛组织。
Imagine the consequence of a spy betraying the organization.
给我老婆的父亲提拔升职。
I know very well that the Chinese Communist Party can never be trusted.
中国共产党是不
Once I go back, I will be dead.
可以说是死无葬身之地。
Wang's extraordinary interview with Nick McKenzie created news around the world.
A self-confessed Chinese spy in Australia says that he's offered a trove of intelligence information.
The allegations are shocking.
As expected, his claims incensed the Chinese Communist Party, which accused Wang of being a convicted fraud and wanted fugitive. They say this video is him facing court in 2016. But Wang says that's a lie and it's not him. The Australian government's response to Wang's story has been revealing.
These matters were already under investigation.
And in an extraordinary move, Australia's National Security Agency issued a statement saying the 60 Minutes report contained allegations ASIO takes seriously. It went on to say the agency was previously aware of matters that have been reported and has been actively investigating them.
Well, the fact that ASIO has made a very rare statement today adds to the seriousness of these allegations.
It seems Taiwanese authorities are taking Wang's allegations seriously too.
Is it right what you're saying? Your job was to meddle in Taiwan's upcoming presidential election secretly for the Chinese government?
是的。
Yes, that's why I needed to change my name and not use my true identity.
Was your ultimate aim to make sure the current president of Taiwan was not elected?
Yes. Taiwan was the most important work of ours. The infiltration into media, temples, and grassroots organizations.
This week, Taiwanese media reported police had detained the man Wang identified as his boss and a high-ranking military official for China. It's believed Xiang Xin and his wife were intercepted at the airport as they tried to leave Taiwan for Hong Kong. They were questioned on suspicion of violating the National Security Act. But in Australia, revelations of another alleged Chinese plot, a plan to infiltrate our federal parliament, caused a storm.
It was surreal. It was like something out of a spy novel, happening in Melbourne with impunity and very, very concerning.
As we reported, Liberal Party member Nick Zhao was allegedly offered $1 million to run as a candidate at the federal election. The 32-year-old is now dead.
I find the allegations deeply disturbing and troubling.
The boss of ASIO confirmed his agency was aware of these claims and warned hostile foreign intelligence activity continues to pose a real threat to our nation and its security. This is not the last we'll be hearing about attempted Chinese influence in Australian affairs. We'll keep you up to date on developments, including how Wang Lichang fares in his attempt to be given safe refuge here.
How's this for a slap? This week, Australia was described as chewing gum on the boot of China that needed to be scraped off on a rock. The insult came from an influential Chinese newspaper editor backed by the Communist Party. Our crime? We're troublemakers because our government is calling for an independent inquiry into the origins and spread of coronavirus. It's fair to say our relationship with Beijing is currently fractured, but understanding why China is so defensive, not to mention petulant, is difficult because the regime is so suspicious of the Western media. Tonight, though, a rare glimpse into their thinking. Professor Chen Hong is an academic in Shanghai. He's also a prolific contributor on Australia-Chinese relations to the Global Times, a pro-communist paper that's been intensely critical of Australia. Its editor, Hu Zhijin, was the man who, a few days ago, described us as gum on the shoe of China. Professor Chen, thank you very much for your time. Would you accept that to describe Australia as a piece of chewing gum on the shoe of China is inflammatory and highly offensive?
Well, I think this remark is metaphoric, which I think describes Australia's repeated display of hostility towards China. And in spite of all the efforts from the Chinese side, trying to, call, the Australian side back to its senses.
Sure, I mean, you are right, it is a metaphor, but it's not a very nice one.
I think it is a figure of speech.
Well, why is it that China finds it hostile, finds it so offensive for an independent international inquiry into the origins and the spread of COVID-19?
Actually, this kind of investigation actually proposed by the Australian side is not an investigation, it's called an independent inquiry, talking about the lack of transparency. That is actually the problem, because actually there's no such thing as lack of transparency in China, in the Chinese side.
People who have worked with the WHO say that China lacked transparency. People within China accuse the administration of a lack of transparency. It's not just Australia.
Australia is being, acting as a kind of divisive, role, trying to, point fingers, even stab at the back of China. This is actually not fair.
We're looking at 3 million people or so that have been affected, 200,000 people who have died. I mean, if that doesn't warrant an investigation, an inquiry, what on earth does?
I think when the world actually really needs to be united towards, this kind of final, victory over the virus, actually trying to divide the camp, trying to, point accusing, a finger at China, this is not the right time.
Do you accept that China has a responsibility for the crisis we see around the world today?
I think China was the first victim of this outbreak. It's like a meteor hitting some place on the earth. You can't blame the victim. The victim actually has been, suffering those heavy losses.
No, and we appreciate and sympathise with the losses affecting the Chinese people, of course. But would you accept that the actions within China by the Chinese regime turned this health crisis into a global catastrophe?
At the very start of this outbreak, nobody knew really about this kind of virus. So indeed, there have been some, slowness of a response, and also indeed some human errors. But as soon as actually, this kind of, situation has been, tackled with, resolute and decisive actions have been, exercised in combating this disease.
Well, I just don't think that's true. And I don't think that the world judges that to be the truth, actually. Doctors within Wuhan notified authorities of their concerns of this new virus, and they were shut down and accused of being liars and rumour mongers. You have commentators within China criticising the regime of not taking action. They've been shut down, they've disappeared, we don't know where they are. Your president knew about this virus on the 7th of January and made no declaration until the 20th, and certainly didn't shut down Wuhan until the 23rd. After 5 million people had left Wuhan to travel through China and the rest of the world. And this is where the pandemic started. This is how the pandemic spread. You cannot say that decisive action was taken, except against the people who were warning you that here was a brand new danger that was very, very frightening.
Actually, I don't think this is actually a true picture of what happened in China. A lot of things still remain, in the dark. That is why there were some, indeed, some kind of, slowness of response. So that is why actually some top officials in Wuhan city and also in the province of Hubei, they were actually being replaced, by the central governments.
Did China lie to the WHO and to the world when it said it had it in hand?
It was a public emergency. People were simply, caught, by surprise and did not know what to do. So actually, there are, some kind of, disarray in their responses.
So during the disarray, did China lie to the world?
I don't think it's a lie. It was simply, different interpretations of the situation.
You wrote in February this year that Australia's decision to impose border closures to those from the Chinese mainland was an insensitive overreaction. You described it as a malevolent approach. How could protecting the health of Australia, shutting its borders, be considered malevolent?
The malevolence, I think, is in the timing of the implementation of the border closure. I mean, border closure was exercised too rashly in a way that actually disrupted business activities and students' study plans. That was actually too rash and reckless.
Are you accusing Australia, the Australian government, the Australian people of being racist?
No. I never accuse Australia of being racist. There are racist activities happening in Melbourne, in Western Australia, incidents of racism happening. I think the Australian government's attempts to make repeated attack of China has been one of the motivations that actually aroused some kind of antipathy towards China and also the Chinese.
Many Australians would take opposition to that. They would view China, in fact, as being unfriendly, suggesting some economic coercion because Australia dares to ask for an inquiry into what happened.
No, this is definitely not true. Talking about China, being coercive, and also thinking about Australia daring to do something. This is a very, distorted image of China. China is never like this.
Well, you're talking about no longer drinking Australian wine or eating Australian beef.
In Chinese supermarkets, we have Australian beef. We have got Australian stuff, everywhere. So there's never any indication of a threat of stopping that.
Except that your ambassador to Australia said that.
He didn't make any threat. If you read the transcripts of his remarks carefully, you can see he was simply, reflecting, describing some people in China, about their sentiments about, Australia.
Finally, Professor, at the end of all of this, when an inquiry is held into the origin of this deadly virus, where do you think China will sit in how it handled this and how it protected itself and the rest of the world?
I think, first of all, the investigation has been going on in China, and also China welcomes, international collaboration. On the other hand, we don't think actually a kangaroo court with the intention to frame and also incriminate China is actually a fair one, and China is opposed to such a kind of unfair treatment.
Good evening. I'm Nick McKenzie. Tonight, more extraordinary details about claims China is plotting to interfere in Australia's political system. On Friday, I watched astonishing scenes of federal agents under the direction of ASIO raid the home of New South Wales Labor MP Shiket Mosselmain. This is the first time in this country's recent history a politician has been so actively investigated about whether he's been influenced by a hostile foreign state. Now, make no mistake about the seriousness of this operation. The agents know what they're looking for, and if they find it on phones or laptops, the consequences will be far-reaching, both here and in Beijing.
I have had a relationship with our Chinese community for the last 35 years.
It's not a crime to like China.
Our relationship goes deep.
But when you're an Australian politician and you're so overwhelmingly loyal to Beijing's communist regime...
Congratulations to the Australian Chinese community for standing united together.
It's inevitable questions will be asked, including by ASIO.
Historically, China has longed for greatness. The greatness cannot be achieved if the rules of the game continues to favour its opponents. So the rules have to change.
Shiket Mosselmain is a little-known Labor MP who entered the New South Wales Upper House in 2009. He's paid to represent the people of New South Wales, but for years he's spent much of his time defending the Chinese government.
The only way for China to reach its potential is for China to force a change to the rules and create a new world order.
With pro-China views like that, Mr Mosselmain was bound to attract great scrutiny. But he never expected the AFP to come knocking. At 6 a.m. Friday morning, a dozen officers raided his suburban Sydney home. They searched his house and then his cars, because ASIO fear his political office may have been infiltrated by a foreign power, China. Mr Mosselmain, care to comment about the raid today? No comment. Can you just tell us, has your office been targeted by the Chinese government?
Where's your car?
So you've been raided by the federal police today over allegations that Beijing has infiltrated your office. Is there any truth to that allegation? Will the world be watching this ASIO investigation?
This is an allegation of grave international significance. If the allegations are proven, this will resonate globally.
The reaction to the raid was swift. Within hours, the ALP had moved to suspend him.
He will no longer sit in the caucus. He will no longer be a Labor Party member.
A clearly shocked state leader, Jodie McKay, needed to limit the political damage.
It's dreadfully concerning. It's terrible. There is an expectation on MPs that whatever they do, it is in the best interests of the people of this state.
The question about Shiket Mosselmain is why he says what he says about China, and more pointedly, if Beijing is telling him to say it. It's a question our domestic spy agency ASIO wants answered. We've confirmed that the office of Shiket Mosselmain is at the centre of ASIO's most serious foreign interference probe since the Cold War. How unprecedented is it that ASIO is targeting the office of a serving, sitting Labor MP?
Quite extraordinary.
Would ASIO take this step lightly?
No.
Neil Fergus is a veteran intelligence expert. What would ASIO be looking for? What evidence trails would they be following to confirm, one way or another, if Shiket Mosselmain's office has been the target of an infiltration plot?
What they would be looking for is whether the person is taking instructions. So the communications between a person who is a suspect in this situation and people who would be providing instructions. That becomes key because it means they're not using their own independent thought processes or working within their own political structure. They are a tasked individual.
It's not just the speeches Mosselmain has given praising Beijing. In the last decade, he's visited China more than 10 times, and some of his expenses there have been picked up by officials. It must be stressed, though, that no allegations have been proven. They are simply being investigated. It's also possible Mr Mosselmain may only be an unwitting victim of a Chinese government influence operation.
Can I just say that the Chinese government should be commended for the immediate action that it took?
But it's incidents like this which have drawn attention. In late February this year, as the coronavirus was spreading around the world, Mr Mosselmain was filmed at the Golden Century restaurant in Sydney.
Coronavirus affects everybody.
There, he praised the Chinese government's response to the deadly virus, despite evidence suggesting it initially covered up the contagion, allowing it to spread around the world.
It has spread a little, but because it was contained so much in China, that meant that the rest of the world had not been affected as it would have if those measures were not taken. So congratulations to the government.
We know who are our friends in crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Alex Josky from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute has been doing his own investigations for years into Mosulman and his Chinese connection. He says the parliamentarian's comments about the coronavirus join a long list of indefensible statements he's already made. Does Shaked Mosulman deserve to be in the New South Wales Parliament?
If it turns out that he has been working on behalf of a foreign government, then he absolutely should not be representing the people of New South Wales.
What would be the point in recruiting or targeting somebody like him?
There's a lot of value you can get from simply being inside, a legislative body, knowing the people there. It gives intelligence agencies incredible opportunities for further targeting and recruitment and intelligence gathering.
He may well say he was simply a true believer in the ideals promoted by the Chinese Communist Party. Is that fair enough?
It'd be pretty unusual. I think it's rare for the Chinese Communist Party to genuinely win over people through their ideology. It often operates by coercion or inducement.
So you can see there's a continuum of good Labor policy towards China because it is in our interest, in Australia-China, Chinese interest to have a good working relationship, not only economic, but political, diplomatic, and for security as well.
How would you explain to the punter in the street why they should care about what Mr. Mosulman goes around saying in respect of China?
It undermines their power, their rights as citizens in a democracy. It means that the people elected to represent you might actually be representing the views of a foreign government that doesn't align with your values, that doesn't align with your culture, that actually wants to suppress that and push its own objectives.
Josky says Mosulman's affinity with China has been helped along by this man, a Beijing patriot called John Zhang. 18 months ago, he employed Zhang as his part-time staffer and speechwriter, despite Mr. Zhang's deep and enduring links to the Chinese Communist Party's overseas influence agency, the United Front Work Department.
John Zhang has quite clear links to the United Front Work Department. He's a member of one of their front groups in Shanghai. And it's always concerning to see someone with those kinds of links working in a politician's office.
John Zhang came to Australia in 1989. He's backed Beijing's tactics to influence politicians like Mosulman to help propel China's rise as a superpower. He's captured here critiquing Australia's relationship with the US.
We wish Australian government have a balanced foreign policy. Our international positions and our national interests are not exactly the same as our allies.
Why would Mosulman have brought John Zhang into his orbit as a staffer?
John Zhang might have claimed to have been able to mobilize Chinese community support. He might have claimed to have been able to facilitate Mosulman's access in China and interaction with Chinese government officials. He's a member of a group in Shanghai, the Shanghai Overseas Friendship Association, that is clearly 100% black and white, run by the United Front Work Department.
And its ultimate aims, therefore, being?
To influence Australian politics.
The ALP has an ugly track record of some in the party pushing the agenda of Beijing.
Whose side is he on?
In 2018, Federal Labor Senator Sam Dastyari was forced to stand out after a scandal over his dealings with a Chinese political donor.
Were you short of cash, though?
No, look.
Because, Sam, you haven't answered why you got this company to pay that bill.
No.
Dastyari's downfall has clearly had little impact on Mr. Mosulman's cosy friendship with China. Can you just tell us, has your office been targeted by the Chinese government? Hours after the AFP came knocking on Friday. So you've been raided by the federal police today over allegations that Beijing has infiltrated your office. Is there any truth to that allegation? Mr. Mosselmain and his lawyer left home while agents continued searching his property.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, gents. We also tried to speak to Zhong Zhang.
The person you are calling is not available.
He could not be reached. Should ASIO not be expected to put some evidence into the public domain if it's taken this significant step of surveilling, tracking, watching a serving politician?
It's absolutely incumbent upon the federal government to do that, even if there are matters that are dealt with behind closed doors. We can't have somebody's name traduced on the basis of an unproven allegation as serious as this. That's not acceptable in a democracy.
Does he have a place in our parliaments?
Well, there is no place for someone in our parliaments if they are taking instructions from a foreign power.
Despite enduring the COVID pandemic for a year, there are still multi-trillion-dollar questions the world needs answered. Most importantly, how and why it began. Up until now, China has been reluctant to help, hindering efforts to find out the truth about this disease. But finally, a few weeks ago, the World Health Organization was allowed to send experts to Wuhan to investigate. And there was almost instant and significant progress, including from an Aussie doctor on the team who was able to contact and interview the first known case of COVID-19. The central Chinese city of Wuhan, COVID-19's ground zero. And it's now the focus of the highest level investigation into the origins of the virus.
How's the trip going?
Precisely where and when did it make the jump from animals to humans?
Some people have compared your investigation to a homicide detective turning up to a murder scene a year later. Does it feel a bit like that?
Well, look, I mean, in the ideal world, you would do the investigation as the cases were appearing, but nobody can do that. So, look, it is difficult to go back and do things in a retrospective manner, but that's all you can do.
Professor Dominic Dwyer is a microbiologist and infectious diseases expert. The only Australian among a 15-strong team of scientific sleuths from the World Health Organization. For more than a week now, they've been piecing together an enormous pandemic puzzle, visiting key locations including Wuhan Hospital, the Bat Lab at the centre of COVID conspiracies, and combing through the city's infamous wet market.
Everybody knows that the market allowed things to spread. And we visited the market, and it's very easy to see how things could have spread in that environment, no doubt about it. But whether the first patient was there or whether someone had been infected beforehand and come to the market is actually the key issue here, and that's what we're trying to sort out.
In a bid to answer that question, the team has traced the earliest cases, going back as far as the beginning of December 2019, leading to a remarkable face-to-face meeting between Professor Dwyer and the very first reported victim of COVID-19.
It sounds like that is, for now, the patient zero.
Yeah, I think the Chinese authorities believe he's probably the first patient, so patient zero. But I think one has got to do a little bit more detective work to be happy that that's truly the case.
It's pretty extraordinary that we've got a disease that's infected 100 million people worldwide, and you've sat down with what could be the very first case.
Oh, well, that certainly crossed my mind on speaking to him and asking him questions. So it was really quite a moment to have that discussion, thinking this person may well be number one.
What the meeting also raised was a bombshell one that challenges a key assumption about the virus. In terms of age, sex, or level of illness suffered, what can you tell us about this patient zero?
Look, I don't know that it's fair to discuss these details because he can be, I guess, identified. And to be fair, from the privacy point of view, I wouldn't do that. But to be honest, just an ordinary person. There was nothing dramatic in his background or history or activities that gave any clue as to where this might have come from.
Did he work at the Wuhan wet market? Did he visit the market?
Well, this is the interesting thing. He actually didn't visit the market. So whether he got it somewhere else from somebody who didn't know they had it, who themselves might have been at the market, we don't actually know that yet. And so that is perhaps one of the really key points of the whole mission.
It's hard to imagine a more politically sensitive or challenging mission, coming as China continues to reject accusations and downplay the severity of the outbreak in those critical early days.
All along, we have acted with openness, transparency and responsibility. We have provided information to WHO and relevant countries in a most timely fashion.
But there is now mounting evidence of a cover-up. Do you think China's been honest and upfront since the beginning of this outbreak?
It's obvious that we look back to the beginning of the outbreak, that Wuhan health authorities were trying to downplay the significance of this outbreak. They emphasized that there was no evidence of human-to-human transmission. But later on, when we go back to the data, it's very obvious that since the beginning of December, there has been human-to-human transmission in the city. And there were also hospital outbreaks in several major hospitals in Wuhan.
Dr. Yu Chun-lo is an expert in controlling infectious outbreaks based at Taiwan's Centers for Disease Control. Given its proximity to mainland China, Taiwan has remained hyper-vigilant since being caught off guard by the SARS outbreak in 2002.
We have been preparing for such outbreaks like SARS for almost 18 years. So we kept alert, high-level alert about any official or unofficial information about disease spread in China.
It was early on the morning of December the 31st, 2019, when Taiwan became one of the first countries to pick up reports of a new SARS-like illness posted on social media by doctors in Wuhan. For weeks, there had been a growing number of patients presenting with severe pneumonia. The doctors were deeply concerned, but immediately shut down by Chinese authorities.
Later on in the afternoon, about 1:30, Wuhan health authorities released that first press release saying that there is an outbreak, but there was no human-to-human transmission, and it's not SARS or it's not coronavirus. So I think that from day one, Wuhan health authority was not honest and was trying to hide important information.
By early January, Wuhan hospitals were rapidly filling up with COVID patients. Critically, health workers themselves were contracting the virus, a clear sign of human-to-human transmission. But China was still giving nothing away.
And later on, even during the second week of January, between January 12th to January 15th, when we sent 2 experts from Taiwan to visit Wuhan, still those information were not provided.
Doctors from Wuhan, their identities carefully hidden, have now confirmed they were ordered to keep quiet.
We knew the virus transmitted from human to human, but when we attended a hospital meeting, we were told not to speak out. Provincial government leaders told the hospitals not to tell the truth.
Gagging health workers was just one of the ways China masked the scale of the unfolding pandemic.
The police will deal with the illegal spreading of rumours. Disruption to social order won't be tolerated.
Even after the outbreak was occurring in Wuhan, they were reporting to WHO and to the world that there was limited or no person-to-person transmission, what we call community spread. That was patently untrue.
It's very sad.
Professor of Global Health Law Lawrence Gostin has been a senior advisor to the WHO for 3 decades.
Not only did China not transparently report that to WHO, but it actually withheld it and gave it wrong information. As a result, people like me were reassuring the world that we're okay. And that turned out to be completely false, and I think verifiably false.
It does now seem scandalous that nearly 6 weeks after the first cases, and with clear evidence of human-to-human transmission, that state-run media in China was still reassuring people it was safe.
Half a month after the official notification and release of information, we can begin to relax. No clear human-to-human transmission has been found.
And so millions of Chinese headed into the Lunar New Year celebrations oblivious to the unfolding disaster, spreading the virus throughout China and further afield. To call it negligence on China's behalf seems almost kind. This was something much more sinister.
Yeah, I mean, China had a political purpose behind it, and so I think they didn't cooperate just as a matter of national prestige, both to get their own inhabitants to buy into the government's popularity, but also internationally.
So, put simply for China, though, this was a matter of pride and saving face.
Yes, it was a matter of pride and saving face and projecting prowess and competence in the world.
The rest, of course, is history. Now, the World Health Organization is trying to make sure this never happens again. Seeking answers to the most important questions, it's forced to rely on cooperation from the very officials who deliberately kept them in the dark. Do you feel diplomatic pressure, political pressure in what you're doing?
Look, to be honest, we try to put that aside. I mean, we're all obviously aware that there's a lot of pressure on the results and so on. But I think the scientific aspect is really the key to focus on and leave the politics, to be honest, to other people.
Do you think if China had been honest, open and proactive from the outset, that this whole global pandemic could have been avoided?
Yeah, I think the pandemic could have been avoided if China was honest and transparent about what's going on in Wuhan in December and early January. Yeah, that's my belief. If the politics in China doesn't change, public health officials are not empowered to tell the truth without political interference, then this kind of tragedy will happen again.
The message coming out of China is getting louder by the day. It doesn't like other countries, especially Australia, ganging up and meddling in its affairs. As we know, Beijing is currently doing its best to punish us economically, but in the last few days, President Xi Jinping has also ratcheted up the rhetoric by warning of the perils of a new Cold War. A loose translation is, if we don't stop poking the panda, we'll face serious consequences. Now, it's worth taking that threat seriously because Xi controls the largest military force in the world. And as one of his supporters cautions tonight, the cost of conflict with China could be Armageddon. It's a prospect as terrifying as it is unthinkable. A military showdown between two nuclear-armed superpowers, the United States and China. A conflict that could reshape the world order. Is Australia vulnerable at the moment?
Australia is monstrously vulnerable at the moment. We have this naive faith that American military power is infinite, and it's not.
Tonight, leading minds on the looming war with China.
It's going to be waged on an economic front. It's going to be waged on a social affairs front. They're going to come at us all ways.
How likely is it? How prepared are we? And at what cost for us and the world?
Use all your imagination. Think about all the nightmares you can think of. And what will happen will be 10 times more than your worst nightmare. You are talking about the possibility of Armageddon.
Taipei is a modern metropolis, capital of Taiwan, an island half the size of Tasmania, yet home to a population just about the same as all of Australia. The trigger point for conflict with China, if it comes, is right here. Why do you think people in Australia should care about what's happening in Taiwan right now?
Because we are a democracy, and democracy do not survive in isolation.
Sin Cheng Xiao is an entrepreneur who runs a tech startup in Taipei. In recent months, he's grown increasingly nervous about China's growing threats to reunify with Taiwan, by force, if necessary. What is it particularly about Chinese rule that you're scared of?
Number one is losing all your freedoms, right? Because Taiwan has been enjoying, our democracy and our liberties, our freedoms for the past few decades. And it is just unimaginable that, we would be reunified with an authoritarian regime and then surrender such freedoms. So, no, it's not an option.
For Xiao and many other Taiwanese, the crackdown on democracy in nearby Hong Kong is a warning of what may be to come.
They lost their basic right to vote, to elect their officials, to speak their minds, to protest. Hong Kong people just live under fear every single day. So we all hope that it doesn't come to this, right? Because Taiwanese would have to fight. And although we spend heavily on military equipment, we are no match for the second largest army in the world.
China is increasingly vocal about bringing what it views as a renegade province to heel, stepping up its warnings to the rest of the world not to meddle in its business.
Anyone who dares try to do that will have their heads bashed bloody against the Great Wall of Steel, forged by over 1.4 billion Chinese people.
President Xi Jinping's hard line at the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party in July was followed by a record number of Chinese fighter planes breaching Taiwanese airspace, more than 150 incursions over just a 4-day period. The question is, if China does make a move on Taiwan, will the US respond? Right now, the answer seems to be yes.
I just want to make China understand that we are not going to step back. We are not going to change any of our views.
So are you saying that the United States would come to Taiwan's defense if China attacked?
Yes, we have a commitment to do that.
Those who want to block China's unification with China's Taiwan will be doomed to failure.
Victor Gao is an expert in Chinese affairs and an unofficial mouthpiece for the regime in Beijing. Vice President of the Centre for China and Globalisation think tank, he's a former diplomat who was the interpreter for Communist leader Deng Xiaoping. If the US does intervene in Taiwan and Australia supports them, what will happen to Australia?
Listen, if Australia goes to fight together with the US soldiers in China's drive for reunification between China's mainland and China's Taiwan, then you are talking about the worst thing you can dream of. A war between China and the United States will soon escalate out of control, and that will be Armageddon, Armageddon, and Armageddon. And this is what I hope the Australian people will come to realize, that you need to deal with China with respect as much as you give to the United States.
Through simulated invasions, China has been showing off the military might it could unleash if Taiwan puts up a fight. At the sprawling Zuraha training base in Inner Mongolia, troops are schooled in street-to-street combat in a mock Taipei. As you can see from these satellite images and from these photos, there's even a building with an extraordinary resemblance to Taiwan's presidential headquarters. It's all designed to send a message. We are armed, we are ready, and we can make a move whenever we want.
Let the Chinese people do their mission. Let China's mainland unite with Taiwan, and that will make the Chinese, the Americans, the Australians, and mankind as a whole happier and safer.
You said Australia should show China more respect, but it sounds to me like you want Australia to kneel down before China and fear them.
Absolutely not. I think China probably at the heart is a country of pandas. Do you really want to fear a panda? Do you think a kangaroo will fear a panda? Probably not. A panda probably will run away in front of a leg-kicking kangaroo.
This is what we will get all the time from, as people say, the panda huggers. I believe that the Chinese Communist Party's aim is to be dominant in this region and perhaps dominant in the world. And this is a zero-sum game. It must remove America from the Western Pacific in order to be dominant in this region. Simple as that.
Few have a handle on the strategic perils of the Taiwan issue, quite like Australia's former Major General, Jim Molan. A lot of experts are looking in the crystal ball at the moment, trying to figure out if and when there would be war over Taiwan. When do you think this is likely to all play out?
Fundamentally, given the power that they have now in their military, they could act any time from now on. And that's what frightens me more than anything.
So if a move on Taiwan does happen, how's it likely to play out? Jim Molan believes there are three likely possibilities.
The first scenario is what I call the incremental model. China places a blockade around Taiwan, a no-sail, no-fly blockade, says to Taiwan, OK, well, you can happily go bankrupt Taiwan, and let's see what the Americans do. Now, the Chinese can back off if the Americans come through with overwhelming force, which I don't believe they can. But until then, China may be able to achieve its aim without fighting. The second scenario is a sudden attack, a Pearl Harbor type attack, to take out all the American bases in Japan, in South Korea and in Guam. And then they turn around and say to Taiwan, well, what do you reckon, Taiwan? Do you want to be destroyed by us? The third model is to do them both.
The second China starts targeting US military assets, surely then it's a very slippery slope towards all-out nuclear war.
No, I don't believe that's the case. America would be foolish, even though it may have suffered a tactical defeat, to use nuclear weapons because it would start losing American cities.
It's a terrifying prospect, the two biggest powers in the world going toe-to-toe. But as you'll see, there are strong reasons to believe war is not as likely as some might think. A quarry on the northern outskirts of Melbourne seems an unlikely testing ground for the weapons of tomorrow. But here, a war game in miniature is underway.
3, 2, 1.
Defentex is a Victorian company developing autonomous drones for the battlefield. It's headed up by Travis Reddy, who believes these diminutive weapons could be a critical part of Australia's arsenal.
It's cheap, it's expendable, and can group together in a mass or a swarm so that we can have this big impact in the battlefield.
How much are your developments made for the sole purpose of helping a country with a small defence force like Australia take on a big force like China?
That's ultimately the reason that we exist.
Each tiny flying machine can carry a powerful payload.
It could be a smoke round, an anti-tank round, an anti-personnel round, a radio retransmission system.
But their real strength comes when they swarm in huge numbers. If you end up getting hundreds or thousands of these drones working together at one time, what can they actually achieve?
they can have a devastating effect.
It's early days yet, but increasingly cheap autonomous drones are being viewed as a key to modern warfare, particularly for nations like Australia.
We're a very small country. We have a very small defence force. So we have to maximise the impact that every individual soldier can have.
So this could be a big tactical advantage for the little guy.
100%.
And I want to thank that fellow down under. Thank you very much, pal. Appreciate it, Mr. Prime Minister.
Right now, of course, Australia's focus is on the much bigger military hardware that'll result from the AUKUS Pact. It'll be a couple of decades yet before the cementing of the relationship with our two most trusted allies results in shiny new nuclear submarines. Former Major General Jim Molan fears that's far too late.
It's excellent to have something out there in the future, 10, 20 years away. The question I've got is, what are we going to do for the next war? And the next war is not going to be 10 or 20 years away. It's going to be in the next 3 to 10 years. My estimate is in a serious fight, the Australian Defence Force only has enough missiles for days. This is not going to be resolved in days. And of course, we're not big enough. We should expand the Defence Force significantly.
It's a pretty bleak picture you paint. It sounds like we're stuffed.
I don't think being stuffed is a strategic word that I've used very often, but it's not bad. We should fund defence now based on our assessment of the national security strategy, which is based on the war that we want to win.
In short, you think Australia needs to prepare for war tomorrow?
Absolutely.
One thing is clear, while Australia's new subs will be nuclear powered, they won't be carrying nuclear warheads. But veteran Communist Party loyalist Victor Gao says Australia has already crossed the nuclear line.
I would say the AUKUS deal in itself, by enabling Australia to build nuclear submarines, will have one big consequence for Australia. That is, Australia will no longer enjoy the benefit and the very rare privilege of not being targeted with nuclear weapons going forward.
I think you're comparing oranges and apples there. Australia is doing a deal for nuclear-powered subs. They're not getting nuclear weapons. Why should Australia then be a target of nuclear weapons?
Listen to me. The tubes in a submarine can be armed with both nuclear warheads and conventional warheads. Now, in the heat of a battle or in the heat of a war, do you think Australia will allow inspection as to what kind of warhead you put into that big tube? I can bet you, in the heat of battle, no one will pause, and the safe approach is to target Australia as a nuclear-armed country.
Senior figures in China have said that because Australia has entered into the AUKUS agreement, that it is now a target for nuclear weapons. Do you think that's just bluff and bluster?
I would call that bluff and bluster in that category specifically.
From overseeing the most powerful naval fleet on Earth,
how we doing? Good to see you.
Richard Spencer prefers a quieter life these days. As former Secretary of the US Navy under Donald Trump, he watched China's military power and belligerence grow. But he's cautiously optimistic that tensions won't spill into all-out war.
You know, China, I don't believe, is quote-unquote looking for a fight specifically to fight. It wants to flex its muscles. But look what happened in the Cold War with Russia. I mean, we managed many hot friction points, and it never went to a kinetic state.
What do you mean by kinetic?
You start firing rounds downrange.
How likely do you think that is?
I would hope that that's a far probability because it does no one any good.
During the Cold War, mutually assured destruction prevented conflict as both sides feared the consequences of the other's nuclear arsenal. But Richard Spencer believes war will be prevented this time by a different threat of destruction: economic. In this modern, globalised world, China and the US are each other's largest trading partners, so in reality, highly dependent on each other.
It's a very interesting symbiotic relationship when you trade and have very meaningful commodities traded with your competitor. You can't simply cut the line. You can't simply have some sort of knee-jerk reaction without unintended consequences.
I guess that's where this situation is so unique compared to wars of past eras, because back then countries were self-sufficient, and now it is such a globalised economy that it's a completely different landscape. Completely different landscape. Financially intertwined, trade intertwined. That matrix that you described right there, the complexity of it, I would say is the safety gate for, all-out war. Australia's relationship with China is just as intertwined, and given that, the former head of the US Navy believes it might not be in our best interests to defend Taiwan militarily, even if we were morally opposed to any Chinese aggression. Is there an argument to say that perhaps it's not worth it for Australia and the United States to get involved in that?
I'm simply a citizen, but I would have to ask the question of my, government leadership, can we think long and hard about this? Knowing the scenarios, they're quite difficult. It would be a question that has to be asked.
Is it kind of a case of you don't want to get involved in a war that you know you're probably not going to win?
It's a very problematic situation in that regard. You have to think about what the results are at what cost.
But Jim Molan believes inaction could be even costlier for Australia.
Suppose we said, OK, Taiwan, well, you're on your own up there, and the Chinese snapped it up, and the Chinese started looking around the rest of the world, and they might snap up other liberal democracies like Australia. And we might then turn to America and say, America, well, could you give us a bit of a hand here? And the Americans might say what we said to Taiwan. Where do you draw the line? This situation that's developing now is an existential threat to Australia as a liberal democracy.
Hopefully that day of reckoning will never come, but there's no doubt we're living in perilous times. It's China's move now in this global game of chess, and everyone will be watching with bated breath to see what happens next.
China has no desire to preach to the Australians. We are, after all, the largest trading partners. We play it right. You will have the best of the two worlds. You will have the United States as your staunch ally. You will have China as your biggest, largest, ever expanding and always affordable market. Please don't fight. Don't pull the trigger. Let's make peace rather than make war.
So China is just a big, cuddly panda.
Well, China prefers peace rather than war. That's the key.
News Talk ZB on the Mike Hosking Breakfast, 7:13. Well, the old favourite line about China got rolled out at the big trade summit yesterday. There will be things that we disagree on.
They say Talkback Radio is the voice of the people, and in New Zealand, there's plenty to talk about right now.
Here's the simple truth. China basically owns us. We can't afford not to have them, and that predicament is only going to get worse.
Mike Hosking dominates the airwaves in Auckland. His breakfast show, a ratings juggernaut for years.
I mean, forget the Uyghurs, how about a polling booth?
He calls a spade a great big shovel. What would happen in New Zealand without Chinese trade?
We'd be stuffed. Straight up and down. It's very much a deal with the devil. But, I mean, if you cancelled business with everybody that you didn't like or found fault with, you wouldn't be doing business with anybody, would you? You either get on with them or you don't. And if you don't, basically you're the loser.
Australia's sovereignty is never for sale.
Australia has been talking tough on China lately, but New Zealand is playing its hand differently.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui, kia koutou e ni hao.
The move business leaders there are very pleased about.
To me, we are friends with benefits.
As many of our export markets are decimated by crippling sanctions from China, Kiwi businesses are going unpunished thanks to their country's strengthening ties with the Pacific's new powerhouse. If the Chinese market comes to you now and says, we need more of your wine, what do you say?
Step right up.
While Australian winemakers have been crippled by Chinese tariffs, sales are soaring for their counterparts across the ditch, like David Babbage from Auckland's Babbage Wines. How much of your sales come from the export market?
Currently about 92%, so we are heavily export orientated.
Have you thought about what would happen if the export market did disappear?
No.
You don't want to?
That would be too brutal.
How do you go keeping up with demand these days?
Well, it is a constant challenge, and I think over the next 5 years it'll be increasingly difficult.
International diplomacy isn't something David ever thought he'd have to be across when he first learned the trade. But that's the reality now for so many industries that deal with China. When you talk about your business having 92% of its sales through exports, so many businesses in New Zealand can't afford for the government to be out there trying to stamp its feet.
No, I think that's entirely correct. New Zealand is a big farm selling product to the world, so no one's looking to ruffle feathers. That would be very damaging for New Zealand.
The damage he fears has already become a reality in Australia. Nestled on the banks of the Goulburn River at Ngambie, about 90 minutes north of Melbourne, Te Bilk Winery is a family dynasty that dates all the way back to 1860. Over 5 generations, the business has evolved into an international operation, now headed up by Alistair Purbrick. For he and so many other Australian winemakers, the Chinese market had, until recently, become the goose that laid the golden egg.
Well, it's really just developed over the last 5 or 6 years, but it's developed on steroids. Is Australia's most profitable export market. So it's a double whammy, our biggest and our most profitable, and now gone.
Te Bilk was one of countless businesses across numerous industries to be rocked earlier this year when Beijing imposed huge tariffs on our exports to China. When you saw how big it was, what went through your head?
I don't think I could repeat that on television. There was a few expletives, and it was a real shock. In our case, we were edging up to about 25% of total production was going into China. But I do worry and am concerned for a number of other industry members that I know that have been selling 40, 50%. I know of one that was 80% of total production was going into China.
Alistair took us to see his overflowing warehouse. Like so many Australian winemakers, Te Bilk is now swimming in unsold stock.
Heard of the Great Wall of China? You've got the Grape Wall of China here that's going nowhere.
Well, this is a China-specific label, so it was only available in China.
Wow, so that's a big problem. That needs a new home.
It needs a new home.
Given the financial fallout for his business, you'd perhaps forgive Alistair for wishing our government didn't rock the boat with China. But he is firm in his belief that Australia is doing the right thing.
My expectation would be of our government is that they would call things from a moral and ethical perspective, and if they thought a country, whether it was China or anyone else, was actually doing the wrong thing and it was against our belief system, then I would fully expect them to stand up to that country and call them out.
It's a real conundrum because in some respects it is morals or profits.
Profits come and go, and there's challenges always in running businesses, but your core beliefs are there to stay. That's culturally what you're all about. So if I had to make a choice, it's not going to be on the side of profits, it's going to be on the side of belief.
It hurts that your business has taken this hit, but you think it is in a lot of ways for the right reasons.
It hurts, absolutely it hurts, but I think that the government has made the right call.
Australia has lately been trying to talk tough on the world stage. Are you glad that New Zealand has a softer approach?
I think that softly approach is appropriate for New Zealand. We're a small country, relatively small voice. We're a trading country, so that's appropriate for us.
Australia is part of the Five Eyes intelligence sharing group, along with its traditional allies, the US, the UK, Canada and New Zealand. The alliance has enraged China recently, with several statements condemning Beijing's human rights violations and its encroachments in Hong Kong. But the Five Eyes statements criticising China have been noteworthy for one other reason. New Zealand refused to sign them.
I think that probably it's a policy decision that hasn't really been thought through.
Malcolm Davis is a senior analyst with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. What did you think when you saw that New Zealand wouldn't sign the Five Eyes condemnations of China?
Look, I was disappointed because, I think it is an important document to sign. There are clearly gross human rights abuses occurring in Xinjiang against Uyghurs. Let's be clear, we're talking about concentration camps here. And I think New Zealand did make an error of judgment in not signing that document.
Malcolm believes China thrives when other nations bite their tongues.
I think that's very clear. We have a saying in Australia, wolf warrior diplomats, and I think that's very accurate, where China, I think, thinks about diplomacy in 19th century terms, that they are the big power, other countries are small powers or small countries, and so they get what they want. And when countries stand up to them and say no to Beijing, they basically threaten through political and economic and trade sanctions.
How much does China see trade as a political tool?
I think it is hugely important to China. China is fully integrated and is a trading nation. And the more states become dependent on China in terms of trade, the more influence China gets. But I think all roads do lead to China, and the focus is very much on Beijing. They do have this China dream of a rejuvenated China that is a rich country with a strong military that is the centre of all things.
China's government mouthpiece, the Global Times, has been celebrating New Zealand's foreign policy positions this year, declaring New Zealand has been charting a very positive and clear path in relation to China, in stark contrast to Australia's hostile actions, which could result in major gains for New Zealand products and services in the Chinese market, as Australia stands to lose. How important is China as a market for New Zealand?
25% of the world's population. Of course it's important. I think anybody who doesn't look at the Chinese market and have a look at that population base and see it as an opportunity would be stupid.
Michael Barnett is the CEO of New Zealand's Chambers of Commerce. He's unapologetic that his country kept quiet when other members of the Five Eyes Alliance called China out on its human rights violations. What do you think of the treatment of the Uyghur population in China?
That's a China issue,
But the fact that you don't want to answer that, does that point to the fact, and perhaps add to that argument, that New Zealand's silence is being bought?
I don't think it's a case of not being able to answer it or not being willing to answer it. I don't think it's New Zealand's role to force another country to change.
Whose role is it?
I don't think you're going to be able to force another nation to change the way that they behave. This is not the way we treat people, or this is not the way that you demonstrate respect. This is not the way you allow people to have integrity.
But so does the world then just turn a blind eye to the human rights violations in China?
If there are human rights violations, then that's the opportunity, I think, for us to be identifying an alternative set of values that we'd prefer to be pursued. And I think you can do that without saying you're wrong.
So it's all in the wording with China?
Yes, it is.
Prime Minister Tom Steinfort from 60 Minutes Australia. Jacinda Ardern certainly chooses her words on the issue very carefully.
You can see from the smiles, everyone in the scrum is very pleased to have you here.
Because when questioned about China, the Prime Minister's friendly front quickly disappears. New Zealand's ports are a hive of activity. For such a small country, the Kiwis have always punched above their weight when it comes to trade. And, like Australia, China is very easily their biggest customer. New Zealand was the first developed country in the world to sign a free trade agreement with China back in 2008. And since then, exports have just exploded. China now buys a third of New Zealand's seafood and dairy, nearly half its meat and wool, and almost 60% of its logs and timber. Put simply, business is booming.
Look, we're that big, mate. Australia's that big, 25 million, we're that big. We're not ringing China up and saying anything other than, would you like more milk?
New Zealand can't afford to rock the boat.
No. So probably too much is being made of China's current bullish, expansionist view of the world.
Influential New Zealand radio host Mike Hosking believes that while Australia may feel all warm and fuzzy about standing up to China, it doesn't actually get us anywhere in the long run.
Does the public care in the sense, do they want China to be slightly different than they are? Probably. Does the public think China's going to be any different than they are? No. So then once you've concluded the second part, you get on with your life and carry on with the bit that works. And from a purely trade point of view, it works.
So it sounds like you just think New Zealand is being pragmatic when it comes to China.
Exactly. And what's wrong with that? Trade is about pragmatism. You don't want to be on a collision course with a country that I think we all agree wants to be a superpower. Once upon a time, they were all very belt and road and smiley and happy and we'll all get on together. I think the world sees them in a slightly different light now. They want to dominate the world, but it is what it is. So in the ensuing period, you either get on and do business with them and coalesce at that level, or you get all angsty about it and pick a fight, and who's going to win that fight? I don't think it's going to be Australia. And it's certainly not going to be New Zealand.
We've been reporting for years on China's growing charm offensive in the South Pacific, previously targeting poorer nations, flooding them with cash in return for political favours. In 2018, Vanuatu's then Foreign Minister was unusually frank with me about his country's relationship with Beijing. Do you think if they can pump money in here, they'll get support at the UN?
Yes, because you have to remember...
I'm sorry, but that's bribery.
Maybe.
But some now fear New Zealand is being seduced by Beijing's billions as well. After refusing to stand with its traditional Five Eyes allies, including Australia, in joint statements condemning China. New Zealand Foreign Minister Nanaia Mahuta said she felt uncomfortable about the move by Five Eyes, and even more controversially, the country's Trade Minister Damien O'Connor said Australia needed to show China more respect. New Zealand's decision makers are very careful with their words when it comes to China. We spent weeks trying to get their foreign minister or trade minister to agree to an interview, but repeatedly they said they were unavailable. So in the end, we came here to Parliament House in Wellington and took our questions right to the top. Prime Minister Tom Steinfort from 60 Minutes Australia. Your government's received some criticism.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
You can see from the smiles, everyone in the scrum is very pleased to have you here.
Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern's charm quickly turned to chastening when she realised why we were in town. Well, we want to talk to you about China. There has been criticism that your nation has gone soft on China. Do you sometimes have to bite your tongue knowing the sensitivities of the regime in Beijing?
No.
No, I think the issue perhaps deserves a little bit more than that.
Well, I reject the premise of the question, the idea that we do anything other than stand up strongly for our views and our values and our independent foreign policy. I completely reject the notion that we have gone, quote, soft.
The Prime Minister pointed out New Zealand has made its own, differently worded statements condemning China, rather than doing so in conjunction with its allies.
They have subsequently pushed back against China on human rights abuses. And I think Jacinda Ardern has, to her credit, recognised that maybe they made an error and now they're trying to correct that. So I do think that New Zealand has recovered some of the lost ground there.
The Australian Strategic Policy Institute's Malcolm Davis says the unique bond between Australia and New Zealand has always been unbreakable. But he's adamant the alliance can't be taken for granted, and our leaders need to remember what it is our two nations stand for. At the end of the day, Australia and New Zealand have shared interests.
Yes, absolutely. China's ultimate goal, I think, is a Sinocentric world order in which authoritarianism with Chinese characteristics is the dominant political system on the planet. Democracy, I think, gets in the way of that. So the question is, how much are we prepared to defend democracy and freedom and the beliefs and the values that we hold dear? I don't think that democracy should be negotiable. I think it's an essential element to our society and our way of life, because once we lose it, we never get it back.
At its closest point, the distance between Australia and the Solomon Islands is just under 2,000 kilometres. Being so near is why Canberra is so worried about the deals the small Pacific nation is signing with China. It means the once inconceivable idea of a Chinese military base being built right on our doorstep is now a reality. But if you think that's concerning, consider this. Beijing is also cozying up to Papua New Guinea, a country of much greater strategic significance. And at its closest point, PNG is less than 5 kilometres from us. In the early light of day, Bamana War Cemetery in Papua New Guinea feels like a contradiction. The largest in the Pacific, it's a place of breathtaking beauty and unimaginable sadness. Meticulously maintained are the graves of more than 3,000 Australian soldiers who gave their lives to one of the most arduous campaigns of World War II. What's the overriding feeling for you when you come here?
Well, I get emotional. I think of how my grandfather served in that war. He may have known some of these men here.
For Gary Jufa, the governor of the province that takes in the Kokoda Track, this is a place steeped in solidarity and sacrifice.
Well, it symbolizes a moment in time when our people came together, Papua New Guineans and Australians, for a common cause to fight for what they felt was right.
Do you still feel that bond resonating today between Australia and PNG?
Oh, yes. Papua New Guinea has such a strong connection to Australia that I feel these connections will never be broken.
Right now, though, old bonds are being tested by a new struggle for dominance in the Pacific. On one side, an increasingly belligerent China. On the other, scrambling to catch up, the United States and its allies. Caught in the middle are Pacific Island nations with some tough decisions ahead.
Is there looming World War III, for instance? Are we going to have to choose? Is that what is around the corner?
Tonight, the growing danger on our doorstep.
It is a bit like whack-a-mole, and so sooner or later they're going to get a foothold.
How China is buying influence in the Pacific. Do you have any concerns that China has an ulterior motive here?
We all feel that they have an ulterior motive. Everybody feels that.
The high-stakes game that could reset the world order.
I think freedom is worth fighting for.
But you think freedom is under threat?
I do.
Just how far are our nearest neighbours willing to go? Can you give a wrought iron guarantee there will never be a Chinese military base, a Chinese naval base in your country? If you're making power plays in the Pacific, then Papua New Guinea is the jewel in the crown. By far the biggest economy, the biggest landmass, the biggest population. But what makes it so significant is its location. Strategically, it's perfect. Only 100 kilometres to mainland Australia on one side, and the other way, it's the gateway to Asia. Suddenly, this normally quiet part of the world has found itself at the very centre of a battle for superpower supremacy. The phrase you hear over and over in Papua New Guinea is friends to all, enemies to none. It's a way of saying when it comes to investment, all bets are on the table. And that's just the way Peter Kengamar likes it. Do you have a preferred business partner?
Right now, we come from a culture where we marry 3 or 4 wives. Construct a road from Wailala.
Peter is project director and chief spruiker of a bold new vision for Papua New Guinea. I mean, it catches my eye, but there are fighter jets here.
Yeah, that's when we are modelling this, we are thinking into the future.
It's the kind of development that could hold significant dangers for Australia. Called the Kakori-Ihu Special Economic Zone, it's an ambitious $8 billion plan to carve a futuristic industrial city from virgin jungle, not far from Cape York. You're envisaging an airport?
Yes.
A huge industrial complex, manufacturing headquarters?
Right.
Naval base?
Yes.
Military base?
Yes.
I mean, this is a big dream.
Yes.
But you think it'll be a reality very soon?
It will be reality in the next 15 years. So we got to knock off bits and pieces starting now. And that's what we are doing now.
China has already invested more than $30 million in the project, and it's itching to get more involved. As it looks to establish a military foothold close to Australia, it's little wonder the project has raised alarm bells. I guess where this gets tricky is because your development contains a military base, a naval base.
Yes.
That's a precarious position to be in if you're looking at whether you go with China or Australia.
We are already getting support from China in the military, and they have opened the door already. You know, if they increase the amount of support they're giving in that space, in the military space, then they might pick up those two bases. So, yeah, that's why Australia's dropped off. China is inching way around, and I don't know what's going to happen.
What's your message to Australia?
If Australia wants to have some say in this, then today is the time for us to talk.
A lot of Australians are quite worried about the growing Chinese presence in your country. Do you understand their concerns?
I could appreciate their concern, but we know which boundaries to protect and which boundaries not to cross.
It's election time in Papua New Guinea, and Prime Minister James Marape has invited us to join him on a trip back to his hometown of Tari in the heart of the Highlands. In PNG, electioneering can be an unpredictable business. But today, the crowd is in good spirits. Like so much of Papua New Guinea, Tari is dirt poor. Here, geopolitical manoeuvring is just about the last thing on anyone's minds. Have you seen the plans for Kakori-Ihu?
I've cited, EU Special Economic Zone proposal.
Do you understand the concern in Australia when they see China funding a development like this? And the idea is to build a naval base and to build a military base.
It may be a plan and concept, but at the national level, we have not sanctioned a naval base and defence, as you are alluding to.
So can you give a guarantee there will be no military base at Kakori-Ihu?
If there's a military base to be built in Kikori area, it will be a PNG Defence Force military base. It will not be a foreign military base.
Would you allow China to build
a military or naval base on your behalf?
On our behalf, on our funding, maybe yes, but Chinese military base, no.
But if it's Chinese technology and Chinese builders setting up a military base there, I mean,
no,
it can get into a pretty grey zone.
That's a no-go zone for us.
What's really set Australian nerves on edge, of course, is the recent revelation of a secret security deal drawn up by neighbouring Solomon Islands and China, perhaps paving the way for a military base to be built closer to Brisbane than Brisbane is to Perth. But if the Prime Minister's worried about it, he's not letting on.
You know, Solomon Islands, next country over from you. There is now potential that China could have a military base just a few hundred kilometres from your country. Does that concern you?
I have no knowledge of that proposal.
Well, I mean, they've signed an agreement saying that they could have military presence in the Solomon Islands.
I have no information on this. I have no information, to be honest.
Really?
Seriously.
It's the biggest story in the region, and you're saying you don't know about it. I mean, are you just trying to be diplomatic there?
No, to be honest, I have not seen it. I have not seen it.
With all due respect, some might suggest you're burying your head in the sand.
Not necessarily. I try my very best not to get into other nations' sovereign issues.
To the experts, the Solomon Islands deal is bad enough. But given its proximity to Australia, a Chinese military presence in PNG would be on another level of strategic threat entirely.
If the Pacific were a monopoly board, it does feel a little bit like China sees PNG as Mayfair.
It's a nice way of putting it. That's probably right. Yes, I think if you're looking at the Pacific, I would actually be wanting to have the Papua New Guinea as my Mayfair and Solomon Islands as my Park Lane, right? And I put all my hotels on those two parts of the board, for sure.
So they've already got Park Lane and they want the set?
Yeah, they're quite well positioned at the moment. If this is a game of Monopoly, you'd say they've got a head start on the rest of the field.
Veteran defence analyst Alan Dupont says China's intentions are very clear, and it'll exploit every opportunity it can.
Their strategy is to draw the whole region, every single one of the Pacific Island countries, into the Chinese world and make them dependent on China. And when you have dependency, then you're basically going to give the person you're dependent on pretty much what they want, because you don't have too many options.
There's an argument to say, you know, the United States, Australia, they're not exactly altruistic when they go and help out in these smaller nations.
Yep.
So why shouldn't China be able to help and invest in developing nations too?
You have to remember that a lot of Chinese aid are loans. You have to pay them back. They're not grant aid. It's not like we've built this irrigation system for you and handing it over, which we tend to do in Australia. Chinese loans are sometimes quite restrictive, and you have to pay them back. And then what happens is you get this debt trap diplomacy problem, where small countries, recipients of Chinese loans, can't pay them back. So the Chinese say, OK, you can't pay it back, so how about you give us a bit of your real estate instead, a debt for equity swap. That's the deal. And then you suddenly find you've lost your sovereignty and you've got a little China somewhere in your country where locals are not allowed.
Debt trap diplomacy has already stung a number of countries, from Argentina to Zambia, Sri Lanka to Laos. But as you'll see, it's far from the only weapon in Beijing's growing arsenal.
Given the overall designs of China's plan here, I think Papua New Guinea and, frankly, all the nations in the Indo-Pacific are at risk.
If anyone has a handle on the growing challenges in our region, it's retired Admiral Philip Davidson. Until April last year, he was the commander of US forces in the Pacific.
When you look at the situation in the Pacific right now, is China a threat?
Well, certainly they're using all elements of their national power, economic, diplomatic, and yes, military power, to change the status quo for Communist Party of China objectives.
So China comes in talking a friendly game, but you don't think that's what they're about?
They have ambition by the middle of this century to displace the international order and replace it with one of their own. And I think you only need to look at the closed and authoritarian society that Chairman Xi is leading there to understand what a threat that is to the free peoples of the Indo-Pacific.
Admiral Davidson has watched with alarm as China's influence in the Pacific has grown exponentially in lockstep with the expansion of its military. Just last month, with extraordinary fanfare, China launched its third aircraft carrier, the Fujian, its most sophisticated to date, and seen as a rival to the very best of the US. Cutting-edge addition to a rapidly expanding naval fleet.
At the turn of this century, just 22 years ago, it was just a few dozen ships. You know, that Navy now consists of hundreds of ships, and they're introducing modern capabilities, long-range anti-ship ballistic missiles aboard those ships. They're introducing nuclear power to their submarines, hypersonic missiles to their rocket forces. It goes on and on and on. These are really profound changes in the last 20 years when there was no manifest threat from its neighbors.
How real do you think the potential for conflict with China is?
Well, I think in the very nearest term, China would like to do this diplomatically and economically. I think that's why you're seeing such assertive moves across the Indo-Pacific. The Solomon Islands specifically, I think is of key concern to the United States and to Australia, and should be seen as one of the opening volleys in a competition with China, because China is trying to change the status quo.
Australia remains Papua New Guinea's largest development partner, but there is no doubt China is raising its profile here in dramatic style. Across the country, Chinese projects are sprouting like bamboo shoots, but PNG's Prime Minister James Marape is keen to highlight his country's close links to Australia.
It's quite an impressive parliament.
Yeah, well, one of Australia's gifts to us in the early 80s, and again, symbolic of our democracy, it depicts the entire nation still going strong, 46 years on.
But given the efforts being made here by Beijing, it's perhaps no surprise the last big foreign dignitary to visit was China's Foreign Minister, Wang Yi, on a failed bid to ram through a sweeping trade and security pact with Pacific Island nations.
There is big concern in Australia about this looming battle of the superpowers. Is there concern here?
We are really inconsequential to what happens with the big boys. And so for me, at the moment, my first interest comes in building my own country up to be economically sustainable country. So that has been my focus.
It sounds like money talks.
China is important to us, just as much as Australia is very important to us.
The critics say that China's tactic is almost a slow creep. You look at the South China Sea, it started off as fishing setups, and next thing you know, there's military bases there. And the suggestion is that that is their plan for your region too.
So far, no conversation with China has moved in the space of military relationship. And, look, in the bigger space, if something unfolds, then we'll be concerned. But at this point in time, I see no immediate need for concern in our region.
But to some experts, having an each-way bet is a dangerous game. The problem, according to defence analyst Alan Dupont, is that even seemingly straightforward developments can have ulterior uses.
Is the Chinese equation pretty simple? Investment equals influence?
Yeah, I think it's a bit more than that. Investment obviously does get you influence anywhere, but China's also thinking from a military point of view. If we establish a presence and a relationship with a small Pacific Island country, maybe we could parlay that into military capability too. If you're building a road or a railroad or a port or an airfield, why not make it militarily capable? Let's make it the airfield long enough to take a bomber. let's have the harbour development able to take naval ships. All you need to do is just make it a bit bigger and stronger, and then you've got that capacity. Now, you may not be able to use it initially, but it's there as an opportunity for you down the track. So that's the Chinese approach, and they think a long way ahead on these things.
You know, you look at these investments, I guess, in isolation. There's a project for development here. There's, you know, another port facility being built there. On their own, I guess they seem okay, but you think it adds up to a much bigger picture?
Yes, it does. So that's why we have a contest, and it's a very important one, and we need to make sure we don't lose it.
So just how do we make sure we keep ahead of the game?
Is there a sense of scrambling, a sense of urgency to make sure you get ahead of this issue before things get out of hand?
I wouldn't describe it as scrambling, I would describe it as urgency.
We've come to Manus Island to see an Australian win in the competition for influence in Papua New Guinea. A place infamous for being the site of Australia's offshore detention centre, this laid-back slice of paradise is one of the most important strategic prizes in the whole of the Pacific. The reason is this, the Lombrum Naval Base.
It was the springboard for the Allies pushing back against Japan in the Second World War. So at the peak, that harbour was as important to the Americans in Australia as Pearl Harbor.
A vital naval base in the Pacific is Manus Island in the Admiralty Group, which commands the approaches to Papua and New Guinea.
At its peak, the base housed 37,000 military personnel, making Manus one of the most important staging posts of World War II. Defence analyst Alan Dupont views the strategically located deep port here just as important now as it was then.
If you have a military presence there, you can project power out from Manus Island, not only into the South Pacific, but into the South China Sea. Also, if you wanted to attack Australia, it'd be the perfect place to attack Australia from, you know, if you just turn it around.
We're talking strategy here, but as soon as people start hearing, hang on, attack Australia, I mean, is that something that is on the cards in the years to come?
If China thinks that Australia is going to join with the United States and Japan to support Taiwan in a war they feel they must win, they will target Australia militarily. All right? Now, the problem for China at the moment is most of their missiles don't have the range to reach continental Australia. But if you get a base on a Manus Island, for example, and you can put some of your missiles there, that's a different proposition. Suddenly, the whole of Australia comes within range, and all our military facilities and so on.
A few years ago, when China was looking to invest in Lombrum, Australia recognised the danger, gazumping Beijing with a $175 million deal to upgrade the base, an agreement that allows Australian and US warships to dock here.
China may have missed out on the Lombrum base, but it's getting a foothold elsewhere on Manus Island. 80k along the coast from here, Chinese contractors are beginning work on a new fishing operation, complete with a 140-metre long wharf. They've also revamped the nearby airport, installing a longer, military-capable runway. The worry is that one day, seemingly innocent projects will be used for more sinister purposes. And that's why in the battle for influence, every little win counts. Manus Island seems like the perfect case study of how this plays out in the Pacific, because Australia and the US scrambled to get control of that naval base, but then China is set up here and there instead.
It is a bit like whack-a-mole, so we might get a win there on Lombrum, but then the Chinese pop up somewhere else, in Suva or Kiribati or Solomon Islands. And so sooner or later they're going to get a foothold.
What's become abundantly clear is that the security of Australia could well hinge on the leaders of some of the tiniest and most impoverished nations on Earth.
I think we are facing the most challenging strategic circumstances since World War II. How we respond to that is the test of leadership.
For Australia's Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, it's been a frenetic first few weeks in the job. zigzagging her way across the Pacific in a reassuring diplomatic dance.
It's been a whirlwind couple of months for you.
Yeah, it was a fair bit to do. I thought it was really important that we sort of get out there with the energy and momentum of a new government, try and leverage that as best as possible and make sure we talk with and listen to the region. It's important for Australia to do that.
Right, guys, 3 cheers for Australia. Hip hip!
So what is the pitch that, you stump up in these countries and say, all right?
Well, I think the first pitch is we're family. We're part of the Pacific family. We are in the region. And the pitch is your security and your future prosperity is tied to ours.
Every analyst will tell you that China doesn't exactly play by the rules on a lot of these issues. How do you beat someone that doesn't play by the rules?
Well, my job as the Australian Foreign Minister is to try and utilise the tools we have to maximise Australia's influence and engagement with the region.
Charm offensive?
It's not just charm. I think it's, being authentic. And I think demonstrating to the nations of the region, we get that our security is bound together. And no one can go it alone. The smaller and middle power nations, we have to work together. And we have to work together not just against, but for. And what we're working for, peace, security, prosperity.
In this battle for influence, Papua New Guinea's Prime Minister, James Marape, says his country can be trusted to make the right decisions.
It's nice to have two countries fighting for your affection, isn't it?
No, we've been relating with both countries since 1975. There's always space for both nations without compromising our core principles as a country.
Can you give a wrought iron guarantee there will never be a Chinese military base, a Chinese naval base in your country?
There'll never be.
The Solomon Islands gave similar commitments not that long ago, and history shows how that panned out. Hopefully, Papua New Guinea is truer to its word in years to come, as Australia's bonds in the Pacific are tested like never before.
Could you have ever envisaged that Papua New Guinea would find itself at the centre of the biggest geopolitical battle of our time?
Well, I'm certainly concerned, I feel personally that China is just moving around trying to put in place arrangements to feed its massive appetite for growth. That's what they're doing. But the way they're going about it is probably what is of grave concern to many nations, including us.
Strong wording, though. You're gravely concerned about what's happening.
Well, we are, because we want to ensure that we are not caught in the middle of a conflict that appears to be emerging, that's looming. Nobody wants to be in a conflict zone.
The worst case scenario is a worry for us all. But for Gary Jufa, the governor of Oro province, those shared bonds between Australia and its nearest neighbour still count for a lot.
That connection will always remain, but it can get stronger or weaker, and that all depends on how we manage our relationship going into the future.
All relationships get tested over time?
Absolutely. There is no perfect relationship,
Some break down?
Some break down. There are bitter divorces that take place sometimes. But I don't think this would happen with PNG in Australia. We're going to be together for a long time. There'll be ups and downs, but PNG and Australia are firmly connected.
It's well known China won't stand for any criticism. There, opponents of the communist regime are simply not tolerated. But it seems Beijing now thinks it also has the right to ignore international borders and silence dissent anywhere it sees fit. Around the world, it's setting up illegal outposts called Chinese Overseas Police Service Stations, And as the name suggests, their objectives are clear. Our law enforcement agencies deny there are any of the stations here, even though Chinese authorities publicise their existence. But either way, that's not the end of the intimidation. Australians are also being targeted in other bizarre ways for daring to speak out about China.
How's that? Is that better? Okay?
The worst thing Andrew Phelan has ever done is accumulate a few minor speeding tickets. Taking care of his frail and elderly mum keeps him well and truly on the straight and narrow.
I was sitting in my chair and the blind was down and I saw footsteps coming.
So when on Australia Day this year he was suddenly arrested at his Melbourne home, he was in deep shock. Did you think it was a joke? Did you feel like it was very serious?
4 armed police in plain clothes with an arrest warrant reading out what were very serious criminal offences. So it was certainly no joke. And I'll confess, I was rattled.
China's been very good at exposing our soft underbelly, which is...
Andrew, a television commentator and keen critic of the Chinese Communist Party, was taken to his local police station.
Does anyone else have access to your phone?
No.
He was accused of sending a violent email threatening to rape and kill a Chinese Australian journalist. Even on hearing the extraordinary charges against him, Andrew had no idea what was going on.
Threatening to kill, threatening to cause serious injury, committing a sexual act and or stalking. Yeah, that was the charge.
In that moment, what was that like?
It was surreal, incredibly confronting. It was horrible. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
It was during this police interview that Andrew heard for the first time the vile words he was accused of writing and sending in the email.
So go back to China, bitch. And if you don't, I'm going to come find you, pound your yellow up your throat. At least then you'll bleed red in colour of the CCZ, bitch.
I would never, ever, in a month of Sundays, use that kind of language to a woman or anybody else. Yeah, you've heard it now.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, it upsets me hearing it again. It makes me so angry.
What makes you angry about that?
That this is done from the shadows, anonymously.
But he's in no doubt who's responsible.
I believe that this has been done under the auspices of the MSS, China's Ministry of State Security. Yeah, I do. I believe they're targeting Westerners that have been critical of the CCP in the public square. To me, this case is crystal clear. Somebody's created a fake email address, sent an abusive email.
After lengthy questioning, police accepted Andrew was not the author of the email. The message certainly did not come from his email address, and he was not charged. But Andrew's terrible experience is not unique. Monash University academic Kevin Carrico is the victim of very similar tactics. Did you expect to be watched, targeted, followed in Australia? Did you expect it to happen here?
No. What I was not prepared for, was the ongoing harassment, sending, horrendous messages to random people.
Like Andrew, a sexually offensive email was recently sent in his name to a Chinese journalist in the UK. Ongoing punishment, Kevin assumes, for daring to write 2 books critical of the Chinese Communist Party.
It says, how's the BJ of white folk going? BJ here, of course, refers to oral sex.
Kevin took a more direct hit when another fake email was sent to nearly 70 people in his department saying he quit. If the intent was to cause confusion and inconvenience, it worked.
Whoever was doing this had set up an email account in my name and sent a false resignation letter to my entire school. This is quite a bit of effort for a supposed superpower to go to harass a lowly lecturer in Melbourne.
That harassment is increasingly aimed at Australians. It seems it doesn't matter who you are. If you dare to criticise, prepare for payback from China. And no matter how blunt or brutal, they'll do anything to disrupt your life. At the ripe old age of 24, human rights activist Drew Pavlou is a veteran at attracting the attention of Chinese authorities, even on home soil.
I was annoying them a lot with my protest. I argue that's my right as an Australian citizen, and I knew that would make me a target, but I didn't realise that they were going to try a bomb threat, and I didn't realise that they were going to have me arrested as a terror suspect.
Last year, Drew was arrested protesting outside the Chinese embassy in London after it's alleged the regime made a false bomb threat in his name. Until it was established Drew had not made that threat, he faced 12 years in jail.
The police said, we received an email in your name, and I just stood there stunned like a stunned mullet.
We do not get worried about lots of things. However, in China, for example, if you talk about Taiwan independence, it's a crime.
China's former foreign affairs diplomat Victor Gao is frighteningly clear. Anyone who criticises Beijing over its treatment of minorities or argues for independence, be warned. So if you are a dissident or an activist or a protester in Australia making those claims about Tibet, Taiwan, the Uyghurs, are you safe or are you unsafe?
That's a violation of the One China policy.
And so what happens to them?
They will be very much looked at. Don't violate the Chinese sovereignty and territorial integrity. Otherwise, there will be no free haven anywhere in the world. Because if you do that, then sooner or later, justice may be served.
It's a strange kind of justice, but in a 6-month period, Drew received more than 40 emails threatening to kill him, which he's tracked back to a mercenary working for the Chinese Communist Party. To get an email that talks about kidnapping you, Drew, and cutting you up into little bits for a $50,000 reward, what's that like?
To be honest, it did really knock me out for, a good chunk of the year. Like, it's tough to admit that in a way they kind of won that round.
If that isn't bad enough, Drew's mum, Vanessa, is now in the crosshairs. Her only crime is to be Drew's mum. She's never even criticised the Chinese Communist Party, but like her son, now has a $50,000 bounty on her head, and appallingly, her reputation is also under attack. This ludicrous email was sent late last year to major shopping centres in Brisbane in the hope one would reach the boss of the shop Vanessa works at. She's running an illegal prostitution service and is a cocaine addict. Yeah. And whosoever shall terminate her first will receive remuneration. The method doesn't matter.
Scary. I always am looking over my shoulder. If I'm walking to my car, if I'm always aware. I'm a lot more aware, but I just try and live a normal life because otherwise they win, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, this is your home, Vanessa. This is your country, and you're being threatened like this.
Well,
where else are we supposed to go? That's the thing. This is our country. This is where we were born.
So along with fear, how much anger is there?
Well, to me, I get angry. They think that they should be able to silence us through these kind of mafia-style tactics, these gangster tactics.
China has so many things to care about. We have 1.4 billion people to feed and clothe. Do you really think we are Superman and we still have enough energy and resources to engage in what you talk about?
It would seem so.
This is really not pragmatic.
Perhaps
I think
but
you
it would
need to allow
so.
the Chinese to focus on what we need to do at home rather than care about things like what you describe in Australia.
But the intimidating attacks on our very freedoms are on the increase, both here and overseas. Anyone who offends China will be killed no matter how far the target is.
So no matter how far you are in Australia, America, Europe,
If you are a fan China, then you'll be killed.
On strict condition of not revealing his whereabouts so as not to expose him to danger, Australian political artist Bardi is showing me his work in progress as he prepares for a major show in Poland.
I just have to be careful with myself. Even now, I'm, thousands of miles away from China in Australia, but still safety is not really an option, and I just have to be very, very cautious.
Even while you're making art that the world will see.
Exactly, yeah.
Bardi, who lived in China for 20 years before exiling to Australia, is considered an enemy of the state for his art, which often daringly paints the Chinese Communist leader Xi Jinping as a tyrant.
So from this image, as we can see that Xi Jinping is actually eating a baby's torso. Of course, this image is a metaphor itself, but I think it's accurate enough to reflecting what is really going on inside of China.
Do you like being this close to this bloke?
It's very dramatic. Maybe I'm one of the artists in the world that depicting his face the most.
You clearly poke the bear. Your art is very graphic and not at all complimentary.
No. In this case, I would say poke the panda. Yes. I think, to be honest, the worst part of China is we have this very authoritarian regime. And now this kind of brutality is spreading all over the world.
So it doesn't matter where you are in the world,
Exactly.
They will reach you.
Exactly.
Bardi says Chinese authorities have put so much pressure on galleries here, he can't get his work shown in Australia. And as his international reputation has grown, inside China, the artist's family has been targeted and interrogated by authorities. It means to continue his fight against repression, the human rights defender has had to cut ties with loved ones to keep them safe.
The Chinese authority want me to giving up making art, or the consequence is, quote unquote, as they say, there'll be no mercy to me.
No mercy to you.
Exactly.
But you did not give up your art.
Yeah, because I do not believe that you can exchange freedom for your safety.
Bardi is a brave man, but China's campaign of intimidation is relentless and outrageous. His Australian citizenship offering scant protection.
In Melbourne, I've been experiencing being followed by a very suspicious person. I was on a bus. Suddenly, I find myself surrounded by 4 Asian, middle-aged male, all dressed very similar. And they're all actually equipped with Bluetooth ear gear.
Do you have any ideas actually sending you these? As much as it all sounds like a Hollywood fiction, Bardi says to keep one step ahead, to ensure his safety and survival, he must constantly move between cities and countries. This sort of stuff, I really should beat you to death. But staying in the shadows doesn't stop the almost daily death threats, which Bardi is certain come from China. Anyone who offends China will be killed no matter how far the target is.
Yeah, so no matter how far you are in Australia, America, and Europe, if you are a fan China, then you'll be killed.
You will be killed?
With its very long arm from China, yes.
This week, that long arm reached into Poland, with officials from the Chinese embassy in Warsaw demanding Bardi's latest art exhibition be closed down. The gallery operators refused to be intimidated. How is it that China, with all its power, can be so wounded by someone like you?
It's this insecure feeling among all dictators. They have turned themselves into this control freak. They cannot trust anyone.
So even if it's one voice, even if it's one individual, they will crack down on them like they're at war with them, at war with you.
Exactly.
And that war has been stepped up to an audacious and terrifying new height, with the discovery of a secret Chinese police force operating throughout the world.
It is almost unthinkable, and it's definitely designed to be monitoring, harassing, and creating some kind of intimidation against anyone who want to criticize the Chinese government.
21-year-old Wang Jingyu, who lives in the Netherlands, has first-hand experience of this secret force intent on flexing its muscle anywhere, anytime. He fled China 4 years ago after posting his support for Hong Kong democracy. Operating out of Rotterdam, the overseas police station tracked down the young dissident to repeatedly harass him.
Every day, the Chinese overseas police stations make over 100 times phone call to me.
Jingyu says he was bombarded by calls, one after the other and all through the night, to pressure him to return to China.
They ask me, go to Rotterdam, Chinese overseas police station, surrender, talk to them, and go back to China because I refused.
What would happen to you if you returned to China?
If I returned to China, I think probably I will go in prison. Yeah, it's very terrible.
How did you react when you heard that there was a police station in Rotterdam that was Chinese?
So I feel very terrible. I'm so scared. Like they can do anything. We are not safe. Yeah.
Back in China in 2021, Jingyu's parents were taken into custody to pay for the crimes of their son and as a brutal bargaining chip to ensure Jingyu's return. How long were your parents detained for?
It's over 1 year. Yeah, over 1 year.
And are they safe now?
Actually, I don't know. I don't know anything about my parents. To be honestly, I don't know where is my parents.
Are you ever tempted to be silent to make your life easier?
No, I will not. Because, if I accept this, I just, stop talking. And the Chinese authority will think this plan is work. And they will use this plan to attack another Chinese dissidents. So I will not do this, yeah.
Rotterdam is just one of a network of secret police stations set up on foreign soil. So far, more than 100 have been identified in 53 countries, including here. You believe there are 2 police stations in Australia?
The Chinese authorities list at least 2 police stations in Australia.
In an extraordinary escalation that ignores international law or borders, China now stands accused of running a secret police force in 53 countries around the world. It's believed there are more than 100 of these individual stations, and they operate in the shadows, out of restaurants, private homes, and small businesses, tracking down, stalking, and intimidating critics who've escaped China. And the allegation is 2 have been found in Australia.
We have the risk that the Chinese police have been trying to covertly operate in Australia without the consent of the Australian government, and that, of course, is a serious concern.
For Senator James Patterson, the head of our Foreign Interference Committee, the emergence of these police stations is a shocking clandestine incursion.
We have to say that our borders are not up for negotiation, that you can't come and operate behind our borders. That's the whole purpose of this, that it's covert and that it's secret.
The Chinese are certainly happy to acknowledge the existence of what they call Chinese overseas police service stations. On state media in 2018, they proudly announced the opening of the first station in the Sydney CBD, along with 20 others around the world.
Currently, the Wenzhou Public Security Bureau has established 20 liaison points in 11 cities, including Vancouver, Sydney, Paris, and New York.
These stations were all set up by the Public Security Bureau, which is the police department in the city of Wenzhou. But it's this list which is truly compelling because it identifies a second Chinese overseas police station in Australia. It comes from another public security bureau, this one from the city of Nantong, and it's extraordinary for its detail. On it are the addresses and phone numbers of a further 29 overseas police stations set up on foreign soil. Now, for legal reasons, I can't give you their exact locations, but they're in France, Peru, Canada, South Africa, even New Zealand. But most alarming, item number 17 clearly shows a residential address deep in suburban Sydney.
This is what the Chinese authorities, public security authorities in China say they have done. So it is them that state that they have set up such stations in Australia, in Sydney to be specific.
Laura Harth is the campaign director of human rights organisation Safeguard Defenders. Using open source material collected from the Chinese web, Laura's team last year uncovered more than 100 police stations. China proudly claims they're designed to provide services to Chinese nationals living abroad, as well as catch criminals who fled the mainland. But the fact they were set up without the permission of many host countries makes them illegal. And in Laura's view, a dangerous front for so much more.
The public security bureaus that have been setting up these stations, these are really the police authorities within the People's Republic of China.
The link between the overseas police stations and the public security bureaus in effect means police from mainland China are running an international shadow police force wherever they like. But according to the Australian Federal Police, those Chinese police stations are not active here.
We don't have that situation in Australia.
It would be obviously utterly unacceptable if there was an undeclared, unauthorised Chinese police presence in Australia, wouldn't it be?
Completely unacceptable.
Great. And if your organisation became aware of it, you would act on it?
Correct.
Why is there suspicion then that there are two in Australia if we're being told there are not?
It should be crystal clear one way or the other. And it would be unusual, if you think about it, that Australia was one of the only countries in the world that didn't have any of these sites operational.
Documents out of China point to this address being one of the secret police stations in Sydney. And while the AFP won't comment, our months of investigation can reveal this nondescript home is owned by the executive president of an organisation in China that helped set up the underground police force around the world. Is it the case that the Australian authorities did not know that they set it up here?
Our understanding is that the vast majority of targeted countries of these clandestine overseas police service centres indeed did not know that those were set up.
But Victor Gao, a former foreign affairs diplomat for China, doesn't know what all the fuss is about. He maintains the police stations are there mainly to provide to the overseas community the same admin services carried out in China. For instance, renewing driver's licenses.
I would say that the demand for such services are very legitimate and very normal. For example, what about a divorce or asset disposal, for example, and kids' education, going to school. In China, you do need to have access to the Ministry of Public Security or the provincial municipal bureaus to get certificates, for example, in order to make sure that your daily lives are not disrupted.
It's just unusual, isn't it? And quite unique that China, of all the nations in the world, requires this system. No one else does. You don't have Australian police stations in China. You don't have American police stations operating in China to supply the citizens with driver's licenses. It's completely unnecessary. It's just a furphy.
I do hope major countries like Australia and the United States should also realize that lots of services need to be provided to the Chinese communities.
News of the Chinese overseas police stations made world headlines in April this year when the FBI shut down one operating in Manhattan. Investigators did not accept the services on offer were legitimate, accusing two men of harassing and intimidating a US resident. The pair has been charged with conspiring to act as agents for the People's Republic of China.
The Chinese National Police appear to have been using the station to track a U.S. resident
on U.S. soil.
Victor Gao unashamedly argues, though, that as well as providing administrative support, it's the Communist Party's right to track down and return to China criminals from anywhere in the world. The point, Victor, is you've not been invited into these countries. You're operating without them knowing. A, it's illegal, but B, it's completely unacceptable.
If countries cooperate, it's an easy job. If they don't cooperate, then I think you need to understand why sometimes they go to the extreme to find out who these criminals are, where they are, what they have done.
So what you're saying, Victor, is if the host nation doesn't cooperate, you're coming anyway. It doesn't matter.
Well, between China and Australia, China and the United States, for example, such government-to-government cooperation is not in the best shape. And sometimes you run into difficulties. But the demand for such services still exists. And how do you provide such demand? And also to hunt down criminals.
It certainly would be totally unlawful for a foreign police service to operate any sort of liaison office in Australia without the consent of the Australian government, and I'm not aware of the Australian government ever giving consent for these to be operated.
There's this sort of sense of impunity or arrogance that they can go around the world doing what they like.
Andrew Phelan, who dared to criticise China and invoked its fury, is equally outraged about the discovery of this shadow police force. He's part of a growing club of Australians being strong-armed by death threats and smear campaigns by the Chinese authorities to silence criticism. But Andrew refuses to be cowed by these dirty tactics, and he says it's imperative to protect those in China's sights.
The idea is to rock you. It's to shake your foundations. It's to make you afraid, to intimidate, to coerce. They're very good at this sort of thing. Will it work in my case? No.
As we said, the Australian Federal Police is adamant there are no Chinese police stations here, but they've agreed to look at the information we've uncovered. The Chinese embassy in Canberra also denied the existence of the police stations, dismissing our story as misinformation.
China's crackdown on dissent is getting more extreme and bizarre by the day. In an outrageous abuse of power, the pro-Beijing leader of Hong Kong has announced a bounty on the heads of 8 pro-democracy activists. John Lee says he'll pay $200,000 for the capture of each one. And it's not an idle threat. He's promised to hunt them down and make them suffer for the rest of their living days. Thankfully, the dissidents have found refuge outside of China, including 2 now in Australia. But that doesn't lessen the fear they feel. They are the most unassuming fugitives. But make no mistake, Kevin Yam and Ted Hui are wanted men, targets of China's communist regime with a price on their heads. All because they dared to stand up for democracy and freedom. So sitting in front of me, you are 2 of the most wanted men in Hong Kong.
Yes, I assume.
Can you believe it?
I never imagined being in this position myself back when I first joined politics. It's unbelievable.
Thank you very much. This looks really nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, a lawyer, and Ted, a former politician, are 2 of 8 Hong Kong dissidents declared enemies of the state in an audacious move by the pro-Beijing rulers of the former British territory. I mean, what would they have to fear from you, from the 2 of you?
I would have thought there's nothing to fear from us. I mean, we're as boring as can be, really.
I mean, it's not fear. You know, authoritarian regimes, they just don't enjoy criticisms. They don't like it. They won't silence you because you're in the way, you're a pain. So I think that's why, basically, so that they can stay in power forever.
Now, Hong Kong's National Security Department has issued a bounty.
If the Hong Kong authorities intended to send shockwaves around the world, they succeeded. A $200,000 bounty placed on the heads of 8 pro-democracy activists that Hong Kong's chief executive, John Lee, has charmingly taken to describing as street rats.
The only way for a wanted individual to end their life on the run is through surrender. Otherwise, they will be wanted for life, living in constant fear of arrest and living their days in anxiety.
The dissidents were part of the protests that swept Hong Kong in 2019. But what's extraordinary is that all of them are now living in exile overseas, in the UK, the US and Canada, and here in Australia. Even more galling, Kevin is an Australian citizen. Kevin, how did you find out there was a bounty out for your head?
I was actually watching a YouTube clip of Pat Cummins' victory press conference from the Lord's cricket test. And then halfway through, a Twitter notification came up. Someone tagged me saying that there's an arrest warrant on me for collusion with foreign forces. That's how I found out.
What?
Yeah. So basically, I had Paddy Cummins for company when I found out that I had a bounty over my head.
Can't get more Australian than that. I mean, you're laughing about it, but how did it feel?
It felt weird. And the first thing that came to my mind was a lot of my friends in Hong Kong who are currently in jail. And it almost feels like we are no longer just escaping the persecution, we are with them.
Kevin grew up here, but for 17 years he carved out a successful legal career in Hong Kong, where he became a mild-mannered campaigner for democracy and the rule of law.
My day job in Hong Kong was a big end-of-town financial services lawyer. By rights, I should be one of the establishment people. And now I'm, as John Lee likes to call us, the street rats.
In the middle of a well-to-do Adelaide suburb is an enormous and hugely controversial Chinese consulate. Surrounded by security fences and bristling with CCTV cameras, this is as close to Chinese territory as Ted Hui dares to get.
This is quite the compound.
It's
huge.
It's huge. It's the largest one in the world.
The largest Chinese consulate in the world here in little old Adelaide.
It's a spy center, so it's spying on, Australians' defense facilities. Now they can be spying on me.
But I mean, it really smacks you in the face, doesn't it?
Yes, but at the same time, I'm smacking them in the face that I'm walking outside, and I'm not afraid.
Ted has never feared poking the bear. As a pro-democracy politician, he battled for Hong Kong's freedoms at great personal cost. A leading figure in protests on the streets, he's been arrested many times. Speaking here at the gates of this compound is just another act of defiance.
One step inside, then my life is over. But I need them to know that Hong Kongers are still here. We're still speaking up for freedom and democracy, even we are away, even we are in exile.
But as the father of 2 kids, it's the security of his family that worries Ted the most.
They can really do terrible things, taking kids, kidnapping. It happened to many dissidents overseas, so it can happen to me.
Scary thought.
It's not very likely, but it's possible for, criminals hired by the regimes to do that. So I would be cautious about that.
I'd like to now introduce Kevin Yan.
As for Kevin, it may have been a video appearance before the US Congress earlier this month that saw him accused of collusion with a foreign country. But the truth is, he has no idea why he's now among Hong Kong's most wanted.
If only I knew. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that a nerd who just likes talking about a lot of stuff would be a threat to them.
This is the thing. I mean, you're living an ordinary life here in Melbourne, an Australian citizen.
Yeah, that's right.
Enjoying the footy on the weekend with your friends.
Yep.
And suddenly you find yourself on a Chinese hit list.
I think they're just scared of everything, right? As far as they're concerned, anything can be a threat.
these are thought crimes, essentially, and speech crimes. So if we think in the Australian context, we should lock up John Howard for Iraq, or we should lock up Dan Andrews for COVID restrictions, and we take that as part of normal political discourse, right? Whereas in Hong Kong, they're saying that you're colluding with foreign forces and therefore you should go to jail for that. And what makes it worse is that the allegations they made against me all relate to things that I did while I'm in Australia as an Australian citizen, exercising my democratic rights of free speech. And that's just absolutely ludicrous.
It's a bit of a catch-all phrase, isn't it? National security law. You don't quite know where the red line is.
Whatever they don't like, they say it's national security. Anything can be national security, right?
These days, Hong Kong's hardliners appear to view speaking up for democracy as a crime worse than rape or murder. And as you'll see, they make no apologies for chasing down perceived troublemakers wherever they are in the world.
We don't seek to exterminate them. In fact, if they go through our correctional services system, we will try to rehabilitate them.
So Hong Kong, in your view, has the right to target pro-democracy activists in other countries?
They call Regina Ip Hong Kong's Iron Lady, a staunchly pro-Beijing politician who's fully behind the hard line being taken against those who speak up for freedom. Why did Hong Kong put bounties on the heads of 8 people?
We didn't use the word bounty. You know, the word bounty, it sounds like Clint Eastwood movie. These are people who have been allegedly involved in serious criminal activities, collusion with foreign government, you know, or external elements, and incitement of regime change. Regime change is overthrow of the government. These are all serious national security offenses.
Hong Kong's catch-all national security law was brought in to crush the pro-democracy protests that raged for months. What's different now, 3 years on, is the projection of that law overseas, to anywhere pro-democracy activists might be.
We aren't dealing with revolutionaries here. We're dealing with ordinary people attempting to exercise ordinary civil political rights. And that's why it's such an astounding overreach by Hong Kong.
Journalist and author Richard McGregor is a China analyst with the Lowy Institute. For all his years of expertise, he's still stunned by the sheer audacity of Hong Kong's move. What does Beijing have to fear from these 8 dissidents, these 8 political activists?
Well, that's the remarkable thing about all this. Why would you do this? What do they have to fear? This is the way of the current chief executive, John Lee, to prove to China that he's tougher than tough. And I think he wanted to do that, and he wanted to make a big splash at the same time, and he certainly succeeded.
So this is a bid to impress Big Brother?
Absolutely. I mean, they want to prove that Hong Kong will not be in any way an incubator for people who want to undermine the government in Beijing. So that's what it's all about. The second thing is, it's a way of intimidating and scaring people inside Hong Kong that they'd better not be critical of the government, because not only will they be in trouble in Hong Kong, they will be in trouble wherever they go in the world.
They will be dealt with under the law. We don't seek to exterminate them. In fact, if they go through our correctional services system, we will try to rehabilitate them.
What gives Hong Kong the right to target foreigners, people in other countries? Kevin Yam is an Australian citizen. Why are you targeting an Australian citizen?
Hong Kong citizens have been put on hit lists by other governments, but we don't yell at them because our citizens are subject to their laws. Why should Australia be so outraged?
In this once freewheeling city of freedom, the effort to silence and intimidate is as unrelenting as it is ugly. Dissidents' families have been targeted, supporters arrested. The clear aim is to cut them off socially and financially.
How far do China's tentacles reach?
I think they're everywhere in the world. Yeah. In every country, every corner, they're watching you watching us. That's China. But then let them watch. I'm talking in front of the camera, so watch me. And I'm talking to you, China. That's my attitude.
Now on a temporary bridging visa, Ted Hui is grateful for the support he's received here in his adopted home. But it's the fate of those left behind that he and Kevin Yam worry about most.
I think a lot about a good friend of mine called Chow Hang Tong. She's been in jail for a long time.
Chow Hang Tung is one of 260 democracy activists arrested for breaking the national security law. A respected barrister and politician, her crime was organising candlelit vigils to commemorate the Tiananmen Square crackdown. Still to go on trial, she faces the rest of her life in jail.
About a week or two before she was arrested and never coming out again, she and a few friends came to my place for dinner. And it was like she had no worries in the world. But after she left, and I was cleaning up my apartment, underneath the chair that she was sitting in was piles and piles of hair that dropped, which was indicative of all the stress that she was going through. Now, if she hasn't stopped resisting from jail, what right do I have not to?
I'm so sorry, Kevin. This is what happens to people.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I mean, this is the reality.
Yeah.
That's faced by so many dissidents.
Yeah. So I think Ted and I haven't lucky. So what have we got to complain about?
We are the luckiest one.
Hello from Hong Kong. A world city like no other extends the warmest welcome to you.
In recent months, Hong Kong has been on a PR offensive. With an invitation to the world, we're back, we're stable and open for business.
See you in Hong Kong.
A message that seems completely at odds with the signals it's sending out now.
All I can say is I look forward to him and his minions having a long life so that the day will come when they're the ones being put on trial and jailed for the crimes that they've committed against Hong Kong people.
It may not have been quite what Hong Kong's hardliners had in mind, but in some ways, its moves to silence dissent have had quite the opposite effect, giving wanted activists like Kevin and Ted a profile and a platform that they intend to exploit however they can.
So this Hong Kong bounty is almost an own goal.
Definitely, because in a way we've now got to a point where what have we got to lose, right?
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back to Hong Kong?
Yes, and that's the pledge I made for myself the day I left Hong Kong with a heavy heart, that I will go back in a free Hong Kong and people will rise and we will live in glory again.
Yeah, as Arnie would say, hasta la vista, baby.
When China's powerful Foreign Minister Wang Yi met his Australian counterpart Penny Wong a few days ago, the pair, albeit awkwardly, smiled and shook hands for the cameras. But behind closed doors, there's no doubt the atmosphere would have been much more tense. Both nations have plenty of differences to work through, including their ongoing battle for influence in the Pacific. Now, while Canberra takes a more softly approach to our near neighbours, that's not Beijing's way of doing business. Tonight, we reveal some of the downright dirty tactics China uses to assert itself over tiny nations like Fiji. This is vision that beggars belief. A battalion of Chinese police officers is preparing to fly en masse to undertake an operation on foreign soil. Their targets are alleged Chinese cyber scammers operating in Fiji. But the Chinese police don't bother involving the Fiji legal system. Instead, they engage in an extraordinary display of hard power. They track down 77 suspects, handcuff and hood them, and fly them back to China, into the black hole that is the country's brutal justice system. No legal process involved?
None at all, no.
No extradition treaty?
No.
No court case?
No, nothing like that.
It's been described as a mass kidnapping, a fair term?
I'd say a rendition would be the way you describe it.
Until now, few have seen the video outside of China. That likely would have remained a secret if it weren't for Graham Smith, an associate professor at the Australian National University. If the Chinese can send police on a plane without so much as a blink from the Fijian government, what path does that lead us down?
It's a very disturbing path because these sorts of operations are happening all over the world. Our team estimated this is happening twice a week, every week, all over the globe. But the Pacific example is a pretty concerning one.
The video was released by a Chinese security agency in 2017, after Beijing convinced Fiji to enter into an unprecedented policing partnership. As you can see, it paved the way for incredible access, and is just one of the many ways the Chinese Communist Party is seeking to exert power in the region. How deep did the CCP, the Chinese government, get into Fiji?
They got in very, very deep.
Tonight, we take you inside China's secret efforts to exert influence in the Pacific.
This is a multi-spectrum battle for influence, and really nothing's off the table.
And reveal the frightening new chapter in the fierce battle unfolding on our doorstep. You're saying that Chinese entities...
They could be involved.
May be involved in organised crime.
Yes, I'm worried about that.
How Beijing is using alleged gangsters as political proxies.
You need people who know people, and often criminals have a really good Rolodex.
And we expose the one man our authorities believe poses a grave danger to our security. Are you Zhao Fugang? Yes. My name is Nick McKenzie.
The top of targets in this country.
Yes, to me. Hey, come on, please. With its palm trees and crystal clear water, Fiji has long been a playground for Australian tourists. But this tropical paradise is now at the centre of an intense geopolitical battle. Why is Fiji such an important player in the Pacific?
It's really the regional hub. It's where a lot of the regional headquarters are based for all the major organisations, and it's a really very effective functioning democracy. It's also a diverse economy in a way that a lot of the others aren't. Unlike most Pacific countries, Fiji isn't actually dependent on China.
What does China really want in the South Pacific?
It wants as much access and as much influence there as possible.
Dark in here. What happened? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm Nick McKenzie. The man caught in the middle is Fijian Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka, a former coup leader and military man. He's hardly used to being at the centre of someone else's fight. But whether he likes it or not, a fierce battle is unfolding on his doorstep. Do you feel like you're really stuck sometimes between China's ambitions, desires to exert influence here, and Australia's push to exert influence here?
I feel stuck only because I understand Australia and America, and I do not fully understand China's agenda.
Are you cautious?
I am.
Why?
Because I do not want to upset the stability of the region. And looking into the future, we cannot afford to have big enemies.
For now, though, Rabuka is juggling the attention of those trying to woo him. In fact, China, the US and Australia are all vying for his loyalty, with tit-for-tat offers of financial and security support. It's a diplomatic tap dance, but the Fijian Prime Minister says he isn't so easily won over. Prime Minister, what do you see as the greatest threat to security in the region right now?
The threat to security for us is really when we get so low and weak in our economy that people can buy into our favor.
What do you mean buy into your favour?
Well, give us things that we cannot refuse, and thereby increasing their influence and profile in the affairs of Fiji.
Are you talking about China there?
Anybody who wants to come in and overly load up with goodies so that we just go and do whatever they do. You can be influenced by fear. You can be influenced by reward. There are many ways to influence.
Few countries know that better than the People's Republic of China. All over Fiji are symbols of Beijing's ambitions, big and small investments in the local community, representative of China's growing clout in the region. But a much more covert, underhanded form of influence is also in play, directed by Beijing. And it's carried out by this man, Zhao Fugang. Who is he?
He's really, in many ways, the front man for the Chinese state in Fiji.
What's his game?
His game is about furthering the interests of the Chinese state. There's no other serious player in town.
It's not an official role, but Zhao Fugang is arguably China's most important asset in Fiji. A wealthy businessman and powerful political operative, Zhao has spent 25 years cultivating relationships with Fiji's elite. He owns this hotel, the Ulai. It doesn't look like much, but over the years, it's played host to a string of powerful politicians and influential people, including former Prime Minister Frank Bainimarama and former Police Chief Sitiveni Kilio.
The Zhao Fugangs of the world, they don't sleep much. They're always up to stuff. These are people who are looking to advance interests, and they're looking to advance them 24/7. It's a completely different scenario to what we had 20 years ago.
You say the game's changed?
Game's totally changed, yeah.
But while he's been trying to advance Beijing's interests in Fiji, he's also allegedly been running a side hustle. Our investigation here in Fiji has uncovered that Zhao Fugang may be much more than the Chinese Communist Party's most powerful agent of influence. Secret intelligence gathered by agencies back in Canberra alleges that Zhao is the most influential member of a powerful organised crime network spanning the Pacific and posing a grave threat to Australia. It's an extraordinary, if unproven, claim for Australia to make, not least because the man at the centre of it is so strongly backed by the Chinese state. From Canberra, Australian intelligence and security agencies have watched Zhao Fugang's activities in Fiji with alarm, and now they're waging a secret counterattack. We've seen confidential briefings written by 2 federal agencies that describe Zhao as being responsible for the development of Chinese political interests in Fiji. But they also allege he's associated with a range of criminal activities impacting Australia, including large illicit drug shipments, money laundering, migration fraud, and human trafficking. The Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission is so concerned about Zhao, it recently secretly designated him an Australian Priority Organisation target, placing Zhao at the very top of the nation's most serious alleged crime threats. It's the first time a political operative has been targeted in this way. How significant is the APOT, the Priority Organisation target listing? What does it mean in layman's terms?
In layman's terms, it means it's the top of targets in this country.
John Coyne is a former senior federal police intelligence officer turned analyst with the Australian Strategic Policy Institute.
Very similar to the old FBI's 10 most wanted. What we're talking about here is the most serious organised crime groups that impact on Australia are listed here, that have direct impacts on Australia. The significance of that should not be underplayed.
What does it say about what Australian agencies consider Zhao Fugang to be up to?
To be listed for both being an organised crime figure and also for undertaking foreign influence operations is significant, and to my knowledge has not occurred before. There can be no doubt that behind this allegation is a belief that he has been undertaking significant criminal activity.
Well, I can't understand.
Let me show you. And as you'll see, it's an allegation Zhao Fugang doesn't want to hear.
Yes, so do for me. Hey, please.
Can I ask?
No.
Sitting high above Suva, the Ulai Hotel isn't as flash as some of Fiji's tourist resorts. But up the lift, to the 3rd floor, is where you'll find the most powerful political operative China has in the country. Are you Zhao Fugang? Yes. My name is Nick McKenzie. And, quite extraordinarily, Australian authorities allege he's also one of the most serious organised criminals in the South Pacific, suspected of facilitating large shipments of drugs to Australia via Fiji.
Yes, so do for me. Hey, please.
If you want to get drugs to Australia, Fiji is a great stopping off point. It's the logistical hub for the Pacific. It's got the biggest airport, it's got the biggest ports. A lot of sea traffic goes through there. So we've seen a huge amount of drugs coming through. This really is the hub of the Pacific.
Aubrey Belford is the Pacific editor for the Organised Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Over the last few years, he's watched this stretch of the Pacific Ocean become a drug superhighway, a coastal paradise now at the mercy of powerful criminal networks who are using Fiji as a transit point for huge drug shipments.
So the thing that you have to understand about it is this is one of the most profitable drug routes in the world. If you can get a piece of this, you make incredible amounts of money. So any organised crime group that is worth its salt wants a piece of this, and a lot of them have gotten a piece of this. I mean, we honestly don't know how much drugs are coming through here. We just know that the amounts are unprecedented.
Is it fair to say the Fijian authorities are overwhelmed with the drug trade?
I think it is fair to say that the Fijian authorities are struggling. Fiji really kind of missed out on this growth of meth and cocaine trafficking through the country for years. It was not taken to be a priority, and it was really something that was allowed to fester. So right now they're trying to play catch up on tackling this huge, very sophisticated multi-billion-dollar, globe-spanning trade in drugs, and they're having a really hard time of it.
In fact, Fiji is in the thick of a war on drugs, one that is rapidly intensifying. In January this year, police intercepted the biggest drug haul the country has ever seen. The 4.8 tonnes of methamphetamine, worth nearly $1.5 billion, was bound for Australia.
Well, there's a lot of drugs going on everywhere, mate. I mean, almost five tons of drug discovery, man. That's pretty scary, man. You know this.
Pio Tiko Ndua is Fiji's Minister for Home Affairs. As the man responsible for the security of his country, there is no greater priority than combating the threat of the transnational drug trade and the people driving it. Who's behind it?
Well, there's a lot of people behind it. Some have been arrested. I'm sure there are others out there, standing behind the curtain, maybe the big ones. But definitely I can confirm that they were not produced here.
The minister readily admits he needs all the help he can get when it comes to fighting organised crime in his region, and our government is more than willing to assist. Just a few weeks ago, the Australian Air Force delivered this C-27 to Suva. On loan to the Fijian government, it's extra eyes in the sky to deter criminals. It's the neighbourly thing to do, and a generous offer of support. But behind the scenes, Australia is also waging a secret war against China's advances in the Pacific. As the Minister for Home Affairs, you receive intelligence from your Western partners?
I receive intelligence from our friends, yes. Yeah.
Are you aware of the owner of the Ulai Hotel, a man called Zhao Fugang?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Are you aware of the concerns held by Australia and America about his activities?
Well, all I know is that there is this intelligence that is provided to us where Australia is concerned about him, yes. We value this intelligence that we receive, but we need to push it through our own system. with regards to what we do here.
The intelligence accuses Zhao Fugang of facilitating the very drug trade Fiji and Australia are trying to stop. The Australian Federal Police has listed Zhao as a suspected member of a Tier 1 Pacific syndicate. It's claimed he seeks to provide cover for Chinese organised crime and is providing a Fijian safe hub for drug shipments. Documents allege Zhao has been deeply connected to international drug trafficking networks targeting Australia since at least 2004. It's little wonder Fiji's Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka is also wary of China's organised crime links.
I am suspicious of that. I'm worried about that. And I do not want to, not innocently, but not unobjectively or unthinkingly open the door to someone that could turn out to be not a friend you had hoped they would turn out to be.
You're saying that Chinese entities...
They could be involved.
May be involved in organised crime.
It would hurt China if I said we do not want China because they could be implicated.
Do you believe the Chinese state itself might be enabling, supporting, greenlighting serious organised crime in the Pacific with the express purpose of harming Australia?
I think they are definitely condoning the activities of criminals where they are useful to the Chinese state.
According to ANU Associate Professor Graham Smith, it's a new and disturbing form of statecraft being used by Beijing, another strategy for advancing China's influence in the region. And what purpose are they serving for China?
Well, you need fixers. You need people who know people, and often criminals have a really good Rolodex. If you can find people that are successful business people and involved in criminal activities, then they're often your most effective vectors in country because they know people and they're willing to do the stuff that the state doesn't want to do.
It seems like an extraordinary foreign policy tool to use serious organised crime figures to advance, in this case, Beijing's aims.
That's how empires work.
For years, Zhao Fugang is suspected of being central to that policy, operating in the shadows, until we showed up. Do you work for the Chinese Communist Party?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
And what do you do for the Chinese...
Where from?
Pardon me?
Where from?
From Australian television, from 60 Minutes Australia.
Yes, so to me. Please.
Can I ask you, the Australian government thinks that you might be involved in organised crime, is that...
Stop.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
The Australian government thinks you may be involved in organised crime, in drug trafficking and serious organised crime. Can I ask you about that?
I can't understand you say something.
Zhao Fugang denied the allegations. And while the Australian intelligence doesn't mean that he's guilty of the accusations, the fact they've been made is a political problem for both Fiji and China. How will Beijing respond to the prescription, the designation of one of its key agents of influence, one of its key state-backed figures in Fiji as, according to Australian intelligence, an alleged organised crime kingpin?
Behind closed doors, if the allegations are true, the CCP potentially will lose a significant influence asset in the region.
Analyst John Coyne says Australia's targeting of Zhao Fugang will enrage the Chinese Communist Party.
Like all forms of corruption, when a light is shined on it, even if there's never a prosecution, if a light is shined on an activity of corruption and exposes it, it will stop it. So from the Beijing's perspective, it is a lost opportunity, and potentially, if the allegations are correct, then it will have a significant impact on their influence operations in the region.
But it won't stop Beijing working towards the kind of access it had during this 2017 Chinese police operation carried out on Fijian soil. This video was created at the height of an unprecedented policing partnership between the two countries, based on a memorandum of understanding that gave Chinese police extensive reach in Fiji, an agreement that was suspended by Prime Minister Sitiveni Rabuka in 2023. One of the first things you did when elected was to tear up the policing MOU between Fiji and China. Why did you do this?
I did it because I didn't understand what it was for.
What is the status right now of that MOU between China and Fiji?
It is still suspended. It has not been cancelled. And right now there is no need to bring it back quickly.
But just 24 hours after our interview with the Prime Minister, Fiji's Home Affairs Minister revealed he had decided to relaunch the controversial security deal.
We have decided that we will continue along the same memorandum of agreement that we had previously.
So that MOU with China is back on the table?
That's correct, yes.
Well, respectfully, the Prime Minister just yesterday said it was still on ice.
No, at the moment, we are continuing that relationship. I have assured the Chinese authority that we are continuing along the same line under the endorsement of the government. That's it. Yeah, that's what we are.
The mixed messages from Fiji's two most powerful men portray the tensions in the region and will ring alarm bells in Canberra and Washington as Australia tries to counter China's advances in the battle for influence in the Pacific. Fiji's Home Affairs Minister told us he's re-enlivened, he's put back on the table this police deal, this MOU between Fiji and China. Does that concern you?
It's a concern, but not a surprise, because Fiji is dealing with some really serious issues of transnational crime around drugs, and I think they're desperate. They want to find a way to address these, and they know that it's the source of a lot of this crime. These are all coming from China.
You say they're desperate. Why?
I think they're desperate because a lot of this crime is beyond their control, so they need all the help they can get. So I can completely understand why they've signed on to it. Is it a good idea? That's not for me to say.
If China crosses a line in its conduct, are you prepared to call them out?
Yes, we're prepared.
And what is your warning to China if they go too far?
We will have to tell them, we know you are a great power, but we are both equally sovereign states in the world.
In the increasingly less than delicate dance for dominance in our region, there's no denying China boasts superior force when compared with our military. It's an advantage they love to show off, like they did earlier this year when Chinese warships provocatively sailed a lap of Australia. But while Beijing's sticks are impressive, their carrots are also proving to be effective weapons, especially when it comes to influencing our near neighbours. Chinese money has been buying plenty of friendship in the South Pacific. So what's the next step Australia should be taking as China moves closer and closer to our shores? It's dawn off the coast of Western Australia. In the early sun, these waters are vast and peaceful, for now. But we're about to find out just how perilous our ocean border has become. As we join the crew of the mighty Australian warship HMAS Hobart on a submarine hunting exercise.
It's a very difficult mission. Obviously not being able to see where the enemy is and what the enemy's doing makes that really complex.
Trainer, for you, right astern, thrust 20%.
Commanding Officer Ali Withers is in charge of the ship, which carries 200-odd crew members and is armed to the hilt.
GWS PWO, Mountain 51, Burst 1, engage.
So we're an air warfare destroyer, so our main armament on board is our surface-to-air missile systems. So we've got a 48-cell vertical launch system with Standard Missile 2 on board. We also have a 5-inch gun. We've got some smaller Typhoon guns, as well as our torpedoes on board, and that's really they're our main armament on board.
I know you're very focused on the day-to-day running of the ship and the exercise, but this security environment is tense and it's changing. Does that weigh on you?
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, my mission is to make sure that my ship and my crew are ready at all times to respond when we need to.
The Navy's readiness was tested in February when 3 Chinese warships sailed into these waters unannounced. It was a confronting sight, thought to be the furthest south the People's Liberation Army had ever ventured, stopping to conduct live fire drills in the Tasman Sea.
The Chinese are signalling, they are practicing and rehearsing, and they are collecting.
This is the first time we've seen a task group from the PLA Navy circumnavigate Australia. That is true.
For all the speculation and hysteria at the time, there's one man who knows how it all played out. The Chief of the Royal Australian Navy. Vice Admiral Mark Hammond is under more pressure than ever before.
They were here expressing to the world their capability as a blue water navy to deploy across the Indo-Pacific. So I think we will see more deployments like this.
Tonight, for the first time, he's speaking publicly about what was reported as a total surprise to our military and authorities. But the Chief insists that wasn't the case.
Were you caught off guard?
No, we're aware of their approach through the Indonesian archipelago for some time.
In fact, the Navy had been monitoring the Chinese ships, but once they crossed into international waters between New Zealand and Australia, our boats stopped following them.
They did spend a little over 3 weeks in and around Australia's exclusive economic zone. They didn't spend a minute in our exclusive economic zone without one of our surface combatants monitoring their activities.
Were they threatening us?
There were no threatening interactions between our navies at all during that period.
So why didn't they warn Australian authorities they were coming?
Well, I don't think we always transmit our intent to deploy a ship to the South China Sea, for example.
The Chief is understandably defensive and diplomatic, but there's no doubt the deployment exposed Australia's vulnerability.
The Chinese have been very clear about what they intend to do. We just choose not to believe them. And Australia is very much on the menu. That holds
Retired US Marine Colonel Grant Newsham has strong views about China's visit. Grant spent decades heading up military intelligence in the Indo-Pacific and says Beijing is sending a clear message to Australia.
So they're telling Australia there's more coming.
So this is a deliberate, aggressive show of force?
Yes. This is a very well thought out, well planned move with consideration of the political effects.
While sailing around Australia, the Chinese ships held live fire drills in international waters in the Tasman Sea. And that's where it got really humiliating for authorities.
The only way you knew about this was because a Virgin pilot heard about it and called in.
Correct.
Correct.
We had already ceased shadowing them at that point because they were more than 100 miles outside of our exclusive economic zone, well and truly into international waters. And navies generally don't follow other navies around in international waters.
It's clear the incident has put our defence forces on high alert. But for Grant Newsham, it's too little, too late.
And the Chinese conception of war is very different than ours. We look at it as a 100-metre race where you go up to the line and you shake loose and then someone shoots the gun off and then the race has begun. So we don't see ourselves at war. The Chinese do. And to them, the shooting part is the last step. But the rest of it is this political warfare, the economic warfare, the elite capture, the propaganda, the psychological warfare.
So we're already at war with China?
Very much. Ask the Chinese, they'd tell you.
If he's right, it's clearly a very different type of battle. And make no mistake, Australia's flanks are exposed. As you'll see, China has already dug in.
The West dropped the ball, and China picks up the loose ball.
Deep in the South Pacific lies the beautiful and humble nation of Tonga. Made up of 170 islands and just over 100,000 people. With its coconut palm-lined beaches and warm hospitality, Tonga is known as the Friendly Islands. And Australia, to the west, has always fostered that friendship. But now there's a better friend in town, China. This small island nation is at the centre of a tug-of-war between Beijing and the West. And you don't have to look far from the idyllic foreshore to see who's winning. From supermarkets to major infrastructure and government buildings like the striking St George Palace, China is firmly entrenched in day-to-day life here. So this is St George Palace. Why is it so important to Tongans?
The Prime Minister's office, Ministry of Finance and Immigration.
And it was a gift from China?
Indeed, it was a gift from China.
$20 million?
Yeah, over 20 million.
Over 20 million. It's a lot of money.
It is.
Retired Colonel Amelia Adams was Tonga's ambassador to China for 5 years. Now, he's Secretary-General for the Tonga-China Friendship Association. And are there strings attached to that?
There's no string attached at all. It's a free will, you know. It's an unconditional love.
Unsurprisingly, Amelia has only praise for his nation's close ties to Beijing. How would you describe Tonga's relationship with China? It's more than just a friendship, isn't it?
It's more like brothers and sisters. What I mean by that is that Tonga and China, they have something in common. Chinese culture is almost similar in a sense to Tongan culture.
Traditionally, Tonga's allies and partners were America, Australia. What happened? What changed?
To be frank about it, you know, because the West dropped the ball and China picks up the loose ball.
Do you feel you have to pick a side between China and the West?
We don't have to pick side. We are friends of all, enemy to none. However, we secretly know who to make friends to, you know?
You can see the fruits of that friendship right across Tonga's capital, which is pitted with multi-million-dollar gifts or grants from China, like the new $55 million sports complex where Tonga hopes to host international events. While just down the road, Chinese contractors are restoring the tombs of the nation's royal family, a revered job here, the last remaining monarchy in the Pacific. When it comes to foreign policy and alliances, who makes decisions?
The final call under our constitution is His Majesty the King.
Lord Whakawhenua is a member of the royal family and the Speaker of Tonga's Parliament. It's a role that requires considerable diplomacy, which is perhaps why he says Tonga must embrace both communist China and the West. How would you characterise Tonga's relationship with Australia?
I would say our relationship is one similar to that on the football field. We have a friendly rivalry, but it's one based on mutual respect and understanding, and Australia has a pivotal role to play as a regional power in the Pacific, and they have always been there for us in Tonga.
Walking around the streets of Tonga, it seems like Australia perhaps hasn't been there enough.
I wouldn't say China and Australia are competing as per se. It's not a zero-sum game. A lot of Chinese have migrated into Tonga and they've become Tongan citizens. And interestingly enough, if you go to the stores, a lot of them only speak Mandarin and Tongan, not even English. And so we find that there's a lot of similarity between our two cultures.
Despite those similarities and beyond China's apparent generosity, Tonga is also a very visible example of debt-trap diplomacy. This is the main street of the capital, Nuku'alofa. Most of this city was destroyed in pro-democracy riots back in 2006. And China stepped in, lending Tonga the money to rebuild. It's now a $190 million debt. That's roughly a quarter of Tonga's GDP. The loan is due by 2030, but for this small developing country, it's proving almost impossible to pay back. Can Tonga ever repay that?
The loan philosophy of China is something like that. If you loan from me 1,000, I said, okay, you pay me 100 a month. Then after 2 months, 3 months, can you come back? Can I delay paying my loan? Because my father has just died. Okay, delay for another 3 months.
You're not worried about paying back this money?
Oh, we are worried. We have to pay. There's no way we can't do it, you know. We have to pay it and ask for delay for another couple of years, and then ask for another couple of years. And then the next request for delay, then China might come in and say, okay, pay the next year, and the rest is okay.
Are there strings attached to China's money?
No. There's no string attached. That's Chinese policy.
But isn't Beijing buying the loyalty of the Tongan people, buying influence here?
But they're not buying loyalty, you know. They treat people the same. Even big country or small country, they treat us all the same.
But as Tonga delays paying off its debt, China's presence in the country is growing. How many of the shops and businesses are owned and run by China?
I think about 80%.
80%?
Or even bigger than that.
Taisi Takao is a local district officer, equivalent to a mayor. He's watched with concern as Chinese shops have taken over his villages. So China is in every aspect of life and business here?
They doing shops, construction, hardwares. They doing fishing. They harvesting our sea cucumbers. They running their own piggery farm, poultry. Yeah.
Do you fear they have too much control?
Too much. Yes.
Do you worry that China is taking over Tonga?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
It's a snapshot of what's happening across the Pacific. Australia has watched with concern as Beijing signed a security deal with the Solomon Islands. And just a couple of months ago, an agreement with the Cook Islands around economic development and maritime cooperation. Chinese officers are embedded in police forces in Fiji and Vanuatu, while Samoa has struck a deal to collaborate with China on security. If he has enough infrastructure and influence in this region, Xi Jinping can do whatever he wants, can't he?
I don't think so. I think as part of Chinese policy is to respect our sovereignty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you trust that?
I trust them.
The Australian government doesn't share Siameli Latu's confidence and has been busy playing catch-up, increasing aid and budget support for Tonga to $85 million over the next 4 years. And there's an important soft diplomacy game underway too. This joint DFAT and NRL program goes well beyond sport.
I think it's important because we're talking about winning the hearts and minds of everyday people. That is something that transcends geopolitics. It's something that both Australian people and Tongan people love equally.
But Lord Whakawhenua says Australia still has a long way to go.
The diplomatic relations that I've personally experienced with Beijing is they have a very long-term, measured approach and forge lasting relationships.
Do they play a long game?
They do play a long game. They play a very long game.
And as you'll see, China is in it to win it. Coming up, a dire warning to Australia.
You don't have enough aircraft, you don't have enough ships. You would lose.
When it comes to China's military and strategic ambitions, few people have more knowledge and experience than former Colonel Zhou Bo. After more than 3 decades serving with China's People's Liberation Army, or PLA, Zhou Bo is eager to defend his nation's massive military build-up and acts of aggression in our region. China has undertaken the most rapid military expansion of any country since World War II. Can you understand why that is a threat to a country like Australia?
No, I don't think I don't think you're right at all on this point, because I would argue in a different way that China's rise has been unprecedentedly peaceful. Actually, it's a miracle in human history.
Why does China need the largest navy in the world if its intention is peace?
China's intention is not a secret, because we have made it quite clear that we want to build a world-class military. Being strong doesn't mean that you have to be a hegemon. And this is not the case. There is no proof that China is, becoming a hegemon.
There is, in fact, plenty of proof that Beijing wants regional dominance, combining its vast resources with soft diplomacy across the Pacific to embed Chinese dependency, as we saw in the small island nation of Tonga. But Zhou Bo insists it's simply good business. Isn't the end game for Beijing security agreements? Military alliances?
Not at all. For example, with all these Chinese projects, China, of course, will become influential, right? Yeah, that is for sure. But that does not mean that you are going to establish a sphere influence. Then you would seek alliance. Then you would have allies. Then you behave like the United States. Yeah, and having allies altogether sometimes sounds good, but actually it's a difficult job. Herding the cats is never easy. So why should China bother with establishing spheres of influence if it is already influential around the world?
So China doesn't need those smaller allies?
I don't think China needs any allies.
It's been described as the most challenging strategic environment we've seen in about 80 years.
Chief of the Royal Australian Navy, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, is all too aware of the growing threat as China's Navy expands and intimidates. Do you think they're preparing for war?
Governments don't invest billions of dollars into military capabilities for no reason at all. And the same is true of us. The Australian government has committed to doubling the size of our surface combatant force and transforming our submarine capability because our assessment of the strategic environment is that this is a worthwhile investment in the national interest. And alongside our allies and partners, our collective maritime capabilities need to be able to deliver what we call a deterrent effect.
Is that another way of saying we're not quite up to scratch at the moment?
So I would put it this way, Amelia. My job as the Chief of the Navy is to not rely upon a strategy of hope. My job is to be a pessimist and to try and see the world for what it is, not what I would wish it to be. So my reflex to that responsibility is to assume that things will get worse, not better, and to ensure that the Royal Australian Navy is prepared in all respects for any challenge which may come our way within the resources allocated. Brilliant. Straight inside?
The Chief is keen to show us they're well on their way. Today, we're on the guided missile destroyer HMAS Brisbane, which has just had a considerable upgrade.
When Brisbane goes to sea again, she will be fitted for and capable of firing the Naval Strike Missile, which is one of the most capable anti-ship missiles available right now. And then in late last year, the Tomahawk land attack missile firing conducted by this very ship. So within 18 months, we've transformed a very capable surface combatant into one of the most modern and lethal surface combatants I think we've ever operated.
While the unannounced appearance of a Chinese flotilla in Australian waters back in February has put our Navy on edge, incredibly, former PLA Colonel Joe Bo says it served us right. Would you not describe that as an aggressive activity, a show of force?
I'm glad you mentioned this because actually this kind of sailing by Chinese Navy would provide to you a chance of soul-searching of what you have done to China. Yeah, if that makes you to think, I think that is good for you.
He's referring to the Australian Navy's operations in the South China Sea, sailing through the Taiwan Strait to promote freedom of navigation, which Beijing sees as a provocation. So was that retaliation?
Well, I think it's not a kind of retaliation, but it shows you, first of all, if you are talking about the law, Chinese ships also have rights to do freedom of navigation. But if you do not like this concept, then think of what you have done to China. Yeah, and then think about what China has done to you. This is fair.
It's not very friendly, is it, to show up and do live fire exercises? Why wouldn't China warn us?
Well, is it friendly that you have sent aircraft and ships so close to China, yeah, to make all these provocations? Who did it first? Do not do unto others what you would not do to yourself, right? Historically speaking, you are always fighting other people's war, right? Be it in Gallipoli, be it in Afghanistan, yeah, or even during the Second World War, you're always fighting other people's wars. Why should you always fight other people? Why would you always follow other people's footprint?
Australia has a proud history of defending democracy, and Vice Admiral Hammond says that's not about to change. While he hopes he'll never see his Navy's training and preparedness put to the test in the theatre of war, China's ambitions couldn't be any clearer. The PLA is now routinely rehearsing a blockade of the Taiwan Strait, practising hitting key ports and energy infrastructure.
I'm all in on diplomacy. I'm all in on deterrence. But I have to be all in on defence of our nation. And that begins with an assumption that despite everybody's best efforts, we find ourselves in a conflict. Okay, and there are 1,000 ways to start a conflict. There's only 2 ways that it ends. And they are, in my view, you lose the national willpower to continue the fight, or you lose the economic ability to continue the fight.
Joe Bo claims that China only wants peace and prosperity, as long as it's on Beijing's terms. And should tensions in the Taiwan Strait lead to war, he has a grim warning for Australia.
If that conflict that we've been discussing were to eventuate, who would win?
You would lose, definitely. You don't have enough aircraft, you don't have enough ships, and our military is growing by leaps and bounds. And we are fighting our home turf, and we are determined to safeguard China's sovereignty. On that, you can imagine our soldiers would be brave, and our weapons would be lethal.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Hopefully, yeah.